There we go. How is it going, gamers? How we doing today? Back with another Riptide stream, another episode of Anti-Meta Anthony. Super excited for today. It's just going to be more and more Riptide content for you guys today. I'm just excited to share with you guys what I got going on. Unfortunately, I will not be going to Osaka. So I hope to inspire some people to bring Riptide over to Worlds over there. I personally think he still has some great game into the meta, but I guess we'll see tonight. We'll see tonight. Before anything, does anyone throw your names up in the chat? I'd love. Thank you for tuning in. Whippy, About 99 Ninjas, and Hunter. Thank you for stopping by early, saying hi. Thank you all for tuning in today. I'm sure we're all Riptide fans at this point. Hopefully, in the future, I can create some anti-meta Anthony content that isn't Riptide. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Just to go over what we're gonna do today. It's kind of going to be a kind of a smaller deck tech. My list hasn't changed that much in terms of Riptide, but it has changed enough to where I think it requires some more content over it, and it's tech towards the new aggro decks in the format. As you can see with the stream title, can Riptide survive the new aggro Overlords? Who's up ripping their tide? I'm up ripping my tide. Hopefully everyone else is too in the chat. Can Riptide survive -IO? Can Riptide survive the Runeblades, Viscerai, Aurora? We kind of saw a sneak peek this week with how many wins Aurora and Viscerai got in the ProQuest wins. Pretty much up there with the likes of Enigma. So Runeblade is actually doing pretty well for itself, and now with the new -IO Armory Deck coming out, I think Aggro is at an all-time high. I know Jarl. A shout out to Guardians in general, just Jarl, bringing the Guardian fun back to Flesh and Blood, bringing Ice back to Flesh and Blood. I have 3 alt art channels just sitting in my deck box, so I'm excited to maybe whip them out, maybe play some Jarl, but it's gonna be super fun. But yeah, we're here to talk Riptide today. Can he survive against all of the new decks in the format? I think Aggro will probably be the new sort of deck archetype that's going to be running the show. Enigma has always kind of struggled into go wide aggro from the likes of Zen, of course, and I don't think it'll be any different come -IO, Viscerai, and Aurora. So let's see if Riptide, who is the generalist, can kind of find his way, kind of find his footing as the lurker of the deep and all. Let's see. Let's go right into our deck tech here. Sweet. So let's go right into our deck. So this is, as everyone knows, I'm more fond of playing mid-range Riptide at the moment. I'm not too keen on the aggro Riptide. I'm not to say that your personal preference doesn't matter, but however you like to play Riptide, this is just the way I like to play it. If I were to play an aggro Riptide version, I feel like I would just rather play Aurora, where aggro Riptide kind of feels like this balance of non-attack actions with buffs and arrows to kind of swing really, wide turns, really powerful turns with on hits, and then to kind of leverage the traps as well. Kind of like a Runeblade-esque sort of feel. But I feel like if I were to play that sort of deck, I would probably lean more towards something like an Aurora, maybe Viscerai, or even -IO coming out now too. So yeah, I like playing currently I like playing the more mid-range version. I think it's a little bit more consistent. I really like the way that the deck really blocks well, plays out its hands very well. There are turns where your opponent can't do anything, your traps are too consistent, and it ends up ends up kind of breaking your hand where you have like 4 or 5 card hands. But you're able to utilize your hands pretty well here with stuff like Long Dry Half Club. But we'll get right into it. All right, so going over the equipment like always. This is my standard equipment. Nothing much has changed for equipment. Just running the standard line. I think Balance of Justice. If you don't have a Balance of Justice, sorry, not to make this like a stock market Flesh and Blood TCG player sort of episode, but if you don't have a Balance of Justice, I recommend getting one right now. If you don't have one, this meta is all about drawing cards, all about drawing more than 2 cards a turn, 3, 4 even sometimes with -IO. You're going to want a Balance of Justice, especially if you play any heroes that don't have a good headpiece already. like a non-mystic hero or like non-scouting fleshbag hero, you definitely want to pick up this generic headpiece. It's gonna be pretty good into this upcoming meta, so I definitely recommend it. What it says is you can destroy it, draw a card, only activate it if your opponent has drawn 2 cards a turn. Some sources like some sources that can count towards this are like in Dash-O, they can play High Octane, they can play Spark of Genius, they can play the new Cerebellum item that cranks. Those all draw cards, and usually when Dash-O does that and system resets as well, she's going to be drawing upwards of like 8 to 10 cards a turn sometimes, so it's going to be pretty crazy. So you definitely want this to kind of mitigate those sort of turns, or help mitigate those sort of turns. So it's a pretty good headpiece. It's still the only headpiece I would run in the moment, just because Arcanite Skullcap is 3 block, but unfortunately I think Balance of Justice does get a lot more value. It also has Guardwell, which is super important because you can keep blocking with it in those assassin matchups where you want to turn on their piercing, so you can do Inertia Trap, Boulder Trap. You still want to use this Balance of Justice. And then I don't use New Horizons just because I don't really run the sort of aggro, Heat Seeker sort of esque double arsenal game plan. It's just simple, kind of like Icelander back then, just kind of back and forth, throwing one big attack to maybe go wide sometimes, and then try to hit them with some debilitating traps on their turn. Pretty standard for the rest as well. You got Trench, obviously, best equipment in the whole deck. And then you got Dreadbore to counteract those pesky D-reacts from hand. Dreadbore is just super good, +1, and it's probably Riptide's best bow in this sort of deck just because it counteracts fatigue so well. They have to do really well to kind of set up their arsenals to be D-reacts, and then now their hand is kind of stuck if they draw another D-react. So yeah, it's a really good card. I really like it. Long Draw Half Glove over any glove at the moment. I could see some arguments going for Bullseye Bracers. I'll get to your question right away, Whippy, after Bullseye Bracers. So I think Bullseye Bracers has a spot, especially if you see a lot more Acilio and Kano. But like I said before, I personally don't like teching for bad matchups, just because I think if it's like a card or many cards that won't swing my win percentage much in my favor anyway, I don't tend to tech for it. Like, I think the Kano matchup is just lost sometimes, like, just no matter what you do, just because of his innate ability to just pop off whenever he wants to. So I don't think extra AP or, like Oasis sometimes even matters, just because you don't want to go away from your game plan too much into the other heroes. You don't want to dedicate sideboard spots into a matchup you think is going to be pretty doomed anyway. So yeah, that's why I don't do it. But yeah, Long Draw Half Glove only, no Bullseye, no Sharpshooters, just a really good block 1 glove that gets around Warmongers, gets around those awkward hands where they just don't swing at you, so you can put some traps down that you can't play. This and Quiver are really good resource sinks when they pass their turn. You can use the extra resources or extra cards to kind of make your turn better, or in Quiver's case, make your deck sort of thicker with some arrows. I always really get Battering Bolt, Murky Water, and Endless Arrow. Those two big 2-for-6s, and then the Endless Arrow for recursion. Do you think Crown of Providence is a good substitute, or is Balance of Justice a must in your opinion? I think Crown of Providence is a pretty good second place. But I think the gap between second place and first place is pretty big in terms of value. Balance of Justice goes so well into so many decks again. After Zen got away in the meta and got kind of all the tomes got banned, a lot of people were thinking about Balance of Justice and not running it anymore. I still believe because of the KO matchup, and then there are some cases where Collapsing Trap actually helps you. I just think that Balance of Justice really just enables your game plan a lot more. Trying to when the game kind of gets out of hand where they're kind of making these super go wide degenerate turns, you can kind of catch up with Balance of Justice, whether or not you draw another debilitating trap, you draw a pitch card for your turn, you draw Codex, you draw any card in your deck that can help either block or swing your attack on your turn is really helpful. And Balance of Justice is just a really good catch up mechanic. And it has so much synergy with like Collapsing Trap, where you make them discard 3 cards, they draw 2. So I think it's Crown of Providence in short is a good second place helmet. But if I had the choice and the resources, I would definitely run Balance of Justice if I could. Not the end of the world, but I think the deck really shines when you run Balance of Justice. And then lastly, we got Perch Grapplers and Snapdragons. Snapdragons is still in there for Enigma, just to kind of go wide against her and try to destroy those ward auras. Stuff targets like that are like Murkmire, Codex. You know, you can go Murkmire, one of these 1-cost arrows, go again, and then use Dreadboard to load the second arrow, or you know, CNC them after a 0-cost arrow, or even like shoot Remorseless into Codex. You know, there's a lot of different things you can do with Snapdragon Scalers in that matchup, but I would only run it in that matchup just because going wide doesn't really matter against any other deck. I would also run it into obviously Kano, just because the block 2 doesn't really matter. But I like just going wide against Kano just to increase my odds as much as I can. But Snapdragon is definitely not in there for Kano. It's just kind of like the better boots against Kano. And then Perch Grapplers block 2. This might all change when Jarl comes out too. When Jarl comes out, it's going to be kind of weird because he's going to make a lot of Frostbites in broken equipment zone. So you might actually want to keep stuff that doesn't break enough. Like Perch Grapplers might see less play. Now you might play Flight Path, which is the block 1 one that has the aim counter on it. And it has Battle 1, so it can stay around. So that might change when Jarl comes out with the Frostbites, but we'll get into that when Jarl gets a little bit closer and gets a little bit more information on him. Awesome. I've got a Providence from ages ago, but can't really afford the Balance of Justice as well. LMAO, that might be my next big buy for Pham. Yeah, you know, Crown of Providence is still a really good card. It gets around CNC. It really helps against that. So I don't think it's, you know, it's still a great helmet that I would run. If you have an Arcanite Skullcap too, if you really are strapped for block, you could also run Arcanite Skullcap. But in the end, like, Crown of Providence is a really good substitute for it. Your worst enemy in this deck is CNC, so Crown of Providence will definitely help you there. I just don't personally play it because I have Trench, which is my pseudo crown anyway. But yeah, no pressure whatsoever to buy one, I don't think. But if you can ever really get one, it probably is going to be the next big buy you want to make. Especially in against Dash.io coming out. Sweet, and then we'll get into the main board. So I'll go over the main board, the inventory, and then we'll go over quickly about our maybe section. So I got a lot of cards in maybe, and I'll explain why these aren't currently in the deck. I'm still testing it, seeing if we can in the future see some of those cards in play. Just some interesting cards that could make the list if you know, Aggro turns out to be controlling the meta way too hard. So we got Battering Bolt. From my last stream last week, I told everyone how good Battering Bolt was, and it still is the case. Battering Bolt less so against Dash.io, but it's really good against the Aurora. So it's really good against Aurora because it forced her to play instances on her turn, and it's also forcing her to kind of show her hand. Aurora can kind of sometimes be like a trickster, where she's, you know, got these somersaults, she's got these instant like lightning presses or electrostatic discharge. Now she is kind of forced to use it on her turn, or, you know, play them out without any value because you don't want to discard off Battering Bolts. So pretty cool card. It kind of removes all like it sometimes hurts their turn pretty hard, but most of the time it's just forcing them to play out their Channel Lightning Valley, play out their somersaults defensively. You know, I don't know if they're running Sigil of Suffering into Riptide, but if they are, then this gets hit by Battering Bolt as well. So a lot of points in there. Generically, CNC is good. You got Endless Arrow in there, like always, just because it's always the best arrow late game. It's kind of like your Winter's Well late game. When you recur this, they're out of cards. You can, you know, end the game without actually fatiguing because you can just keep swinging an Endless Arrow. Then you got Enlightened Strike. Classic mid-range card, really good in aggro too. If any deck can ever give this go again, you just run it because that's probably the best card of all time to give go again. You just choose draw a card, like in Aurora, you get the Monument of Lightning. You sink a card, draw a card. It's like a 1-card 5, and then you keep extending your turn. So it's pretty insane. Murky Water, as always. Murky Water always getting those traps for us. Unfortunately, we did take out Line It Up in this version, so it doesn't have the Dominate feature anymore. As sort of like the game ender, but I predict in this sort of meta, the Dominate won't matter as much, just because the game probably won't get to that point where you're hitting your second cycle if people are trying to just first cycle kill you. So you probably won't get there. Then you got Remorseless, one of the best anti-aggro cards, doing 1 damage for each action they play, especially if you're playing Dash.io. With the system reset plan, that's so many actions in one turn, they're probably going to take like 10 damage off Remorseless effects sometimes. You got Searing Shot, Sink Below now. So to go over like the main changes in the deck, I think last week we talked about Sigil of Solace, how that's really good in kind of catching you up in life as a pseudo blue, where you can play Sigil of Solace and heal 3 off like the Runeblade matchups and whatnot. In the -IO meta, I think with -IO being prevalent, we're going to go to a more block 4 format with all the block 4s we can kind of fit into the deck. We got Sink Below, Take Cover, and Tripwire Trap. You guys have seen Tripwire Trap before, like as a one of, but with the addition of 3 Tripwire Traps, I'm going all the way up to 3 Take Covers and 3 Sinks. I'm still not sure on the Sinks, just because Take Cover I feel like is enough for a 4 block. Sometimes too many 4 blocks feels like overkill actually, where you're blocking too well and you're kind of wasting block, especially because you have so many traps already in the deck as well. So I feel like Sigil of Solace might make its way back into the meta depending on how good it is. It's not great against -IO just because you want to try to block those boom grenades as best you can, but it does feel really good when you play Sigil of Solace. When you're going first, you play a couple sigils, you heal above 40, above 38, but above 40 anyway because heal 3 is 41. But yeah, I think that right now I'm just testing all the block 4s. I think Sigil of Solace really has some play if you're able to kind of find some space for it. Right now, Sink Below and Sigil of Solace interchangeable for me. But yeah, so we got Take Cover. Take Cover is, if you guys have not seen this card before, it's a reload card. So Riptide can already reload if you play from hand, but this is a cool card because you can play it from Arsenal and reload still. So if you have Take Cover in Arsenal, you can actually have it in Arsenal. So say someone swings at you, and then you can block, go to reactions, block with Take Cover, and you can reload a Crucible Trap like Pitfall or Tripwire without having to play a card from hand. So that's like a 2-card 8 or 2-card 7 block, and then obviously the Crucible Trap triggers. So being able to reload just innately is always super good. You could also block heavier on Dominate when you have Take Cover. So say like someone has like a Dominate effect, you can also reload another trap in Arsenal to try to increase the block value to kind of get there. So yeah, super cool trap, or not a trap. If it was a trap, it'd be so insane. Block 4, just innately. But yeah, not a trap. We got 9 block 4s in the deck currently. I think the number will go down with testing. But yeah, that's just where we're at the moment. We got Weakest Link, obviously, for good into -IO, good into KO, good into Aurora, good into basically all the top heroes in the format aggro-wise. Just super good because all these decks are kind of doing stuff with instances. They're doing stuff with items. They're doing stuff with KO being, the draw discard effects like Wild Ride, Bear Fang. So a lot of decent hits with Weakest Link. You got Classic Codex, but probably still the best card in the game. I don't think there's another card that kind of gets there. Yeah, it's just super insane card. So much value. Enough said about it. Like, you can just go get it. Go get Searing Shot. You can go get Remorseless if you have 1 pitch. You can pitch a blue into Dreadbore and then have 2 floating Codex and then go get CNC. It's just insane. Insane the amounts of things you can do with that card. Yeah, and then we got blues again. So last time I think we talked, we were on 12 blues. We've gone up to 15 actually. So 15 blues now. Just kind of hedging more blues for those Runeblade matchups where, Vincent, Aurora, and Viscerai are kind of making the split damage sort of ordeal. So making another blue, or increasing our amount of blues, is kind of like our way of kind of playing around losing Sigil of Solace. Having more blues enables us to pitch more for Rune Chance, pitch more for arcane damage. So yeah, we went up to 15. We still have Warmongers in the deck. We still have all 3 of the blue traps in there, the legendary traps, I should say. And then we have Infecting Shot, just a super good arrow, 1 for 4 if you can load with Dreadbore, and it has that nasty Blood Rot token, so it's technically a 1 for 6 if they don't pay for it. You got Intoxicating Shot, super above rate arrow because it's a 0 for 4 like Endless Arrow, and it's a blue. Does give them the Courage and Quicken, so I don't shoot it as often as I can, but sometimes when you have that Collapsing Trap, you kind of want to hit them with Intoxicating Shot. It rarely ever lines up where you actually want to shoot Intoxicating Shot, but sometimes it's your only arrow, and you got to do what you got to do. So just to do damage, sometimes you got to shoot that bad boy. And then lastly, we have one of the newer cards from Rosetta. This is called Plan for the Worst. Thank you, Chris Cold, for the amazing art on this card. I think there was like a fan edit on Twitter somewhere where Riptide was actually drawn like behind the boat that would have been insane. They were able to include him, just because I think it was murky water. Yeah, so they actually drew this like sort of art, I think, with him in the water here, right here behind them. So it's kind of like I think they were playing towards like the double shot, where it's kind of like this is the perspective from these two bandits, whereas Riptide's in the water, kind of still lurking around. But plan for the worst. It's a really cool card. So it's a block 3 first of all, and it pitches for blue. It looks like the target hero's hand and arsenal. So you either choose yourself or you can choose your opponent. At the beginning of their next end phase, they discard all cards in their hand and destroy all cards in their arsenal. So you definitely want to choose your opponent. It's kind of like a seek and destroy effect, where if they have any cards left over next turn, they can't arsenal it. They have to destroy them. So if you're able to kind of mitigate their turn, now they're stuck with cards that they can't use. They have to unfortunately discard all of them. And then search up. The second part is is why you're playing it, I think. Search your deck for up to 3 traps, reveal them, put them into your hand, and then shuffle 2 cards from your hand into your deck. Currently on Talishar, it's not coded correctly. It allows you to search your deck for 3 traps, reveal them, and then put them into your hand. Then you may shuffle 2. I feel like that's how Talishar coded it. If it said then you may shuffle 2, then why would you ever shuffle them into your deck? You could just play this turn 0, and now you have like 6 cards to block with. Don't fall for Talishar's coding. You have to shuffle 2 cards back from your deck into your hand, or from your hand into your deck. So you don't innately get card advantage off this, unfortunately, but you do get to search off your legendary traps like Buzzsaw, Collapsing, sometimes Spike Pit late game. So why I think I'm running this right now. Let me see here. Sorry. All right, so why am I running Plan for the Worst right now? So I'm running Plan for the Worst because I think we're in a meta where it's overwhelmingly aggro. So being able to search up or have like a second copy, third copy, fourth copy of Buzzsaw Trap, Collapsing Trap is pretty insane. I didn't like it in the previous meta, this card, because it didn't help towards fatigue. A lot of decks were playing Count Your Blessings. A lot of decks were, Enigma, Florian. A lot of like these very grindy decks where getting these legendary traps wouldn't matter as much, just because they're not as blowout sort of traps as collapsing against aggro. But with a faster meta where it's relying on go again, Plan for the Worst is actually pretty insane when you think about it. So you get to go get Collapsing Trap, which is your best trap. They have 5 cards. They know you have Collapsing Trap, but they can't do anything about it. They have to swing a go again card to use their entire hand. You Collapsing Trap, they discard 4, they discard 3, whatever it may be. And then now they have to use their entire hand that they don't have information on, because they're playing their turn around using all 5 cards, and you use this card. Now they have to play with a new set of either 3 or 4 cards that they don't have information on. So it's a little bit harder to shape your turn when you don't know, when your enemy doesn't know the top 3, 2, 4 cards of their deck. And then if they can't use all the cards, now they have to destroy them because of the first part of Plan for the Worst. So I think it's a really good trap. Being able to find that collapsing trap early is so clutch, because if you can find it early, Plan for the Worst can actually help you out with Murky Water too. So one of Riptide's best arrows is Murky Water, but he does struggle from consistency, where you have to find the traps because you have to banish at least 3 traps. Not being able to banish 3 traps is pretty bad, because now this is just a vanilla 2 for 7. But with the threat of Collapsing Trap, with the threat of stuff like Frailty or Tar Pit in the right matchups, making this turned on as fast as you can is pretty good. So just synergy with the deck, super good. I think Plan for the Worst it's probably the best time ever to play it, just because Collapsing Trap is so insane right now. So yeah, definitely find 3 copies if you can. I would recommend running it. It is a little weird now with Warmongers as well. If you choose War, I think you're always choosing War as Riptide, just because you want to be able to swing on your turn, and you're only ever playing Warmongers out if you're against like a Runeblade or Azalea, where you know that it's going to hurt them. And you're always going to be picking War because you want to be able to swing back on your turn. So when you pick War, this card won't be as good just because you can't play it. But in the end, it blocks 3, and it pitches for 3, so you can still use it as your pitch card, and you can still quiver with it. So just an innately super good card. I don't think fatigue matters as much either. So Plan for the Worst, I think, is a good time to start running it. Sweet. And then going into the sideboard. 1 second, guys. All right, getting into the sideboard. I had to respond to someone, a teammate on Discord real quick. But yeah, getting to the sideboard. So we got some cool cards here. Not too much has changed. We took out some of the other tech that we had, like Remembrance and Poison the Well. Those sort of like cards helping the fatigue game plan against Count Your Blessings and whatnot. We're taking them out for more aggressive, proactive answers into the aggro meta. And our first proactive answer is Erase Face. So Erase Face is from Uprising, pretty old card. This list is sick. Sorry, Cranial Crush says this list is sick. Definitely going to bring this to my PQ this weekend. Yeah, definitely recommend it. Dash.io actually goes live this Friday, so for anyone looking to kind of counteract the new decks coming out, people will probably be pretty fresh on the deck on Dash.io, so they won't, they're probably going to build the deck pretty aggro leaning and just try to go super fast. So this deck will actually be pretty good against that just because it's a very fatiguey deck. You're kind of aiming to fatigue through both damage and just blocking. So pretty good deck to bring this weekend if you wanted to. Cranial Crushed. Yeah, Erase Face from Uprising, super old card. When this hits, all cards and tokens they own lose all class and talent types until the end of their turn. So why this is good against certain heroes. So if you notice, you play Dash.io, you play Dash.ie, any of the mechs, the boost mechanic even, everything cares about being a mechanologist item. So Dash.io's hero ability cares about being mech items. Dash.ie's hero ability cares about being mech items. It also cares, boost also counts as a mechanologist type, because when you boost, if the card in your banish zone now is a mechanologist card, you get go again. But if this hits, nothing's a mechanologist card anymore, so you don't get that extra action point off boosting. So this card is pretty insane against mechanologists. It kind of just turns off everything they want to do. It also has play into Aurora and Viscerai. Aurora being that, nothing is lightning anymore. Your Starfall is never turned on. You can never keep Channel Lightning Valley around. You can't fuse, with Arcanic Shockwave. Static Shock doesn't matter. There's a lot of different hits you can do against Aurora, and then against Viscerai, his hero ability's turned off because you're not playing Runeblade cards anymore. So his hero ability's off. There's also some cards in Viscerai like Bravin Skies or what's that one? Become the Arc Knight, where you go to search. Become the Arc Knight is basically just a blank card once you get hit by Erase Face. So pretty good. It's actually not a blank card. It actually it'll actually allow you to discard a card, but you can't go find anything because it says Runeblade attack action if you discard a non-attack action, and then Runeblade non-attack action if you discard an attack action. So you can actually just discard a card for free if you want, if you play Become the Arc Knight when you get hit by Erase Face. But yeah, just a super good card into the top 3 aggro decks, I think. It's not as good into KO, and it doesn't block 3, so I wouldn't run it into KO, but in the end, it's just a 2 for 6 that has a relevant on hit, and our deck is full of 2 for 6s that kind of try to push that boundary of disruption. So just kind of go alongside the deck with Erase Face. And then you got traps like Frailty Trap, Inertia Trap, kind of the staples. We're still on 3 Murkmires and 3 Release Attentions. Really haven't changed off that. Even with aggro, I do expect some Enigma to be coming around. Murkmire in there just to respect Enigma. I could definitely see Murkmire going lower if Enigma representation is lower and lower, depending on how good she is into Dash.io. But yeah, I think Murkmire and Murkmire Sink Below would probably be the first 2 cards I would look at taking out, just because these cards are kind of like more, Sink Below being kind of more overkill with the block 4s, and then Murkmire just only being there for Enigma. And then Release Attention, it's just a really good card to combat fatigue when you're able to shut off D-Reacts overall. I think Release Attention just is a mainstay in Riptide now in combination with Dreadboard, when you can play this and then play Battering Bolt, and then now you turn off all D-Reacts from hand or arsenal in combination with the pair, and then now you can hit them with like Battering Bolt, you can hit them with Murky Water, and they have to block with actual cards. So I think Release Attention stays. Murkmire and Stink can definitely find other homes if the meta shapes out differently than what I think it is right now. And then lastly, you got Boulder Trap, Tarpon Trap, and Spike Pit. Just your classic yellow traps that are really good. We made a trap tier list last week. Unfortunately, one of my favorite Pendulum traps is out of the deck at the moment. Just not expecting a lot of Assassin. and Riptide already innately has a good game plan into Assassin. So I don't think it's necessary, but if you find yourself struggling against a new or a Zuri and you have a lot of Assassins in your local meta, I would definitely make some space to run the reaction traps like Pendulum. I would probably take out stuff like Murkmire Grapnel and start there and kind of make my way towards that. But I find myself not struggling too much in a new, even though I did lose the ProQuest finals to a new. Yeah, definitely some ways you can tech the deck. Riptide is a very fluid deck, so it's based off of whatever you think your local meta is going to be. If you expect a lot of Dash IO, I would definitely bring something like this. If you expected a lot more new or KO, I could definitely see the deck changing a little bit. If you expected a ton of Runeblade, I would definitely find space for Sigil Solace just to be able to kind of heal and act as a pseudo blue. But yeah, that's basically the deck that I would play right now. We're actually going to play some games later on today against some teammates. We're going to test it against all the different aggro decks that are coming out. So we're going to test it against Dash IO. We're going to test against the Runeblades like Aurora and Viscerai. And then if we're lucky, we can get some KO games as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Definitely stay tuned. We'll get to that right after we get through the maybe section. So this is the maybe section. Right below the tokens, where you can see all the tokens that Riptide can make. So this is the maybe section where dreams unfortunately come to die. This is my favorite part of any deck list because it shows all the cards that are this close to making it but just aren't good enough, or they're like early on development. You like saw something about it and you wanted to include it, but it ended up being just not good enough and you decided to cut it down to the maybe. So these are all some cards that I've run. Actually, I think I've run every card here in Riptide at least once. So yeah, I'm pretty proud of myself for that. But every card here has sort of a purpose. We can kind of go over some cards that could be easy substitutes in the meta if you kind of see yourself leaning, or your local meta leaning towards a specific hero archetype. So we'll go over it. So Barraging Bronhide was part of my list in Pro Tour LA. I use this card because against Enigma, it's a 3 for 8, and Enigma back then didn't really have a lot of, I think it still doesn't have a lot of actual blocking cards. You're actually using Ward a lot more often to, mitigate damage and whatnot. And Barraging Bronhide says if defended by less than 2 non-equipments, it gains plus 1. So often I found that myself, I didn't run Fiendals because I was often ahead in life because of the traps. And I didn't run Woundable for the same reason. I would often find myself ahead in life so I wouldn't get the plus effect. But Barraging Bronhide is a pretty interesting dilemma where your whole deck is kind of focused around playing mid-range. Blocking 2 cards, arsenaling a card, blocking with 2 cards, swinging back, whatnot. And Barraging Bronhide kind of plays into that. It's a 3 for 8 innately. If they give you 2 non-equipment cards, which is like a defense reaction from Arsenal, or 2 cards from hand, it goes back down to 7. So if they want to deny you the value, they actually have to give you 2 cards, and now they have 3 cards or 2 cards to swing back with, and that's right where you want them with the sort of deck where they're not all in on their 5-card hands, and they're just kind of playing this mid-range game plan where you eventually should win out with this sort of deck. It's just a super point goblin deck. So it's really good when you're able to make them block Barraging Bronhide. So in theory, it's always an 8. I feel like bad players too, like innately try to get the most value they can out of their hand. So they feel like if they block 6 here, make it go down to 1, they only take 1, they swing back for 3 cards. It feels like you're kind of getting the most value you want, but you're playing kind of right into Riptide's hands where you're forcing yourself to play on minimal hands. And that's where Riptide shines with like debilitating traps, blocking very well, and then swinging back with Codex, swinging back with CNC and stuff. So I think that Barraging Bronhide definitely has a place. Unfortunately, it only blocks 2, but I would definitely play it if my local aggro meta was pretty prevalent, just because no one's really blocking anymore. If you really felt like you need to push damage, Barraging Bronhide would be definitely kind of the go-to. Next, we got Death Touch. This card is a 1 for 6. It's a really good Codex target if you have 1 floating. Unfortunately, it doesn't benefit from Dreadbore, so D-Reacts would definitely help block this from hand. I see myself running this more in aggro Riptide, where you're kind of ending on a big 1 for 6. You're never really content playing this, and you don't have a lot of ways to load it into your arsenal. Aggro Riptide actually has a lot of ways to load this with like Premeditate, Scout the Periphery. We can actually buff Death Touch and play it right away. This Riptide is kind of slower, and you're trying to play out your hands, like 2-card hands, right away when you draw them. So like a blue and like a CNC, a blue and like one of the 2-cost arrows, whatnot. This sort of game plan doesn't really exist, or doesn't really fit kind of the the game plan very well, just because you have to arsenal it, and then next turn you're off like a defensive arsenal. You have to get one resource, pitch one card to do a 1 card or 2 card 6, which is still below rate. So yeah, it just doesn't really fit well with the deck. I also put in Drill Shot last week when we were talking about it for my PQ list. We're taking out Drill Shot now just because I think it's less fatigue meta. A lot of aggro decks are kind of just using their equipment right away anyway to kind of block all the on-hit effects. So there's not really any I guess, merit to running Drill Shot anymore, just because you want to push life as much as you can. I can definitely see play on this if armor ends up being a huge issue, though. I don't think it will be, because you still have Boulder Trap, and like I said, all these decks are using their equipment pretty early anyway. So Drill Shot definitely loses points when you get there. Fate Foreseen is another 0 for 4. I personally don't run it because I already think the sync blows are overkill. So I think I would probably play Sigil even over Fate Foreseen as well. So I don't think Sigil is on the maybe list, but definitely we should add Sigil just to be sure. Let me also go ahead and post the deck list, so just in case anyone wanted to have the deck list for themselves, they can go ahead and use it, make a copy, or just check it out while you're following along with me as well. Sweet. So Sigil's in there. Oasis has always been a consideration. It's just not very card, I guess, efficient. It does allow you to arsenal pretty freely with Trench, and then you can use the one floating to Oasis. But like I said, I often feel like I'm ahead most of the time in Riptide with health, just because of the traps. So I feel like the health gain doesn't really turn on that often, and you definitely get a lot of value if it is turned on. And in the end, you're using 2 cards at the very minimum to play Oasis. You're not running Tunic. So this deck, this card in specific, really gets well in Tunic Riptide, but definitely sees less play in Trench, just because it's always going to be a 2-card 4, or maybe 5. I love the Fabry copy deck function. My entire library of deck lists I have that I can copy after them. Yeah. I also love this. Like, the tournament tab is really good. You can see all like the heroes and the people that have played them. And I often myself, copy down deck lists as just kind of like a root structure, and then kind of change it how I like to change my deck list. Moving on, we got Outmuscle. So Outmuscle is actually pretty funny. So if Aggro sees play and they're not running these really tall attacks, Outmuscle, if you want to be more aggressive in this sort of Riptide, you can kind of play Outmuscle in the fact that they can't block it and stop the go again. You can do Outmuscle into Codex, Outmuscle into another big attack. Hayden says, big fan, what is your favorite chicken nugget sauce? Depends on the chicken nugget. If we're talking McDonald's, then it's definitely barbecue. But if we're talking somewhere else like Wendy's, it's probably still barbecue. But we can have a debate anytime you'd like. Outmuscle, yeah, just a really good card to kind of go wide. You can 3 cards, 6 into Codex, which is insane. Similar to E-Strike, it's kind of like that. I would definitely only run it against stuff like Dash.io or Aurora and stuff like that, just because they can't block this out. I don't think Aurora even runs a card that has more than 6 power other than CNC on the sideboard. So yeah, I think this card is pretty good if you're looking to be more proactive in hitting them and trying to get them lower. Most of the time, I don't think anybody can block this if you're one of the aggro decks like Viscerai, Aurora, or Dash.io. So yeah, another kind of it's less blocky. It doesn't really fit with the deck's sort of a style where you're kind of blocking out very efficiently. But it's a more aggressive game plan if you're looking to do that. And then in tandem with that, you got Pummel. So this is kind of in correlation with Viandal Spring Tunic and Driftwood Quiver. So if you're running Tunic, you're definitely going to be running Driftwood Quiver, just because in the case that you have an arsenal that doesn't work, or they're kind of arsenal locking you, they know you have a trap, so they just pass. You end up having to use your Driftwood Quiver often to be able to clear your arsenal so that you can load another arrow. If you can't clear your arsenal, then you're arsenal locked and you can't attack, basically. So Driftwood Quiver always with Tunic, just to get you out of that sort of conundrum. And Pummel's really good with Tunic, obviously, because you can pitch a blue, play any of these 2 costs. You can play, if these are from Arsenal already, you can play them and then pummel them to 10. Same with CNC, you got weakest link, and then now you have Erase Face as well. So it's definitely a consideration to play red pummel or even blue pummel in Riptide. I would personally play red just because it does more damage. Your blue base is already pretty good with it. You don't really want to give new any more cards to play as well from the blue zone. Her being able to play pummel would be insane if she can like surgical extraction pummel you. So yeah, definitely wouldn't recommend blue pummel. But red pummel seems like it has a place in this sort of like 2 cost pitch a blue tunic use pummel, sort of like a guardian almost. Yeah, I would definitely see myself. I've tried it a little bit during the Zen meta. It just didn't do enough against Zen, but maybe against these slower aggro decks in comparison to Zen, it can find some work and find some place in there. Would definitely need more testing, but it's always a card that's on my mind. Just because I always find myself sometimes I have like a card in hand and tunic or trench. I can always trench away for 2 floating and then pummel them. Like that's always a thought process in my mind. But this card is definitely more efficient when you combine it with tunic. Then you got Sigil of Solace, just a classic card. Pseudo blue, gain 3 life. Super good card if you're going first or second. That first turn of the game, getting above 38 health is pretty clutch. So I definitely always recommend considering this card. It only gets better in the aggro meta, but if everyone's swinging for like 4 or bigger, obviously it gets outmatched by stuff that blocks 4. But if you find yourself in a local meta with a lot of split damage, I can definitely see running Sigil of Solace to kind of counteract that. Obviously, if you have a Sink Below in hand and someone swings like a Starfall for 2 with 1 Arcane on it, Sigil of Solace blocks that fully, whereas Sink Below just blocks the physical part and you still take the 1 Arcane. So Sigil of Solace is definitely good in a meta that doesn't care about on hits and in a meta where it's split damage. But if there's a lot more on hits, a lot more people going taller than 3 with like attacks above 4, I would definitely run Sink Below, Fate Foreseen, Take Cover, and Tripwire. Then you got Standing Order. Standing Order is a classic 0 for 4. Probably Charles Dunn's favorite card of all time, honestly. This is such a modal card where you can attack with it or defend with it. You put a card from the your arsenal to the bottom of your deck, just like Trenches. If you do, it gains +2 attack and +2 defense. So this also blocks for 5 or attacks for 6. So pretty good card. Pretty on rate, I would say, like a 2-card 6. It's not bad. It clears your arsenal too. But you already have Trench and Riptide, so I don't see this kind of being a kind of necessary, I guess. Like a 0 for 4, you have like a ton of those already in Riptide with all the arrows. So I don't think you need Standing Order to kind of be successful in Riptide. Just another card I would consider if I needed to block more often. Blocking for 5 is sometimes pretty big against Dash.io just because she's swinging stuff like Heist, Zipper Hit, Red. A lot of like 5-cost attacks that come in and have pretty lethal on hits with Boom Grenade or Heist. So having standing Order in there would be pretty clutch in terms of blocking 5. Definitely a consideration, but probably doesn't make most lists, unfortunately. I thought Standing Order was going to be so good, but it's just so mid. Yeah, when I first saw this card, I thought it was going to be pretty insane. Like, I thought it was going to be the next E-Strike. Kind of like a more mid-range E-Strike. But it's just not on rate with what you're trying to do in most decks. Kind of like syncing your arsenal to be able to get +2 or block or +2 defense. It becomes like a 6/5, which is not bad. But when you consider that it's 2 cards, you can just block 6 anyway. Or you can just swing for 6 anyway with everything else. So it's not super useful in Riptide, at least, just because you can trench anyway and get a resource. I'd rather this be like a Searing Shot that I can have in hand. I trench away the card anyway, use the 1 resource to swing Searing Shot for 5, and it becomes a 0 for 6 anyway with an on hit. And then now I have like a more lethal arrow in my graveyard for Codex. So yeah, Standing Order, pretty mid, but it's just like another card to consider if you're trying to block very well. Then you have Ruin Touch. One of my favorite cards to get off Codex, kind of forcing the, it's the onus on them to block or not. If they want to block, then you can go ahead and give them a Blood Rot Pox if they do block. So this thing is pretty good late game, where you can Codex if they're at like 4 health. They have to block Ruin Touch not to die, and then now it's also a Blood Rot Pox on top. So it's like kind of like a pseudo 0 for 6, even more value when you Codex it. But you can't play it from hand, just like Death Touch. So Post Malone, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, not seeing a whole lot of play right now. But yeah, just not the right deck for it, I don't think. And then let me just go ahead and add Line It Up to the roster here, just because we took it out of our deck and I forgot to put it in the maybe tab. I was like, oh, this is a decent popper at the very least, and then I feel like Riptide really just doesn't struggle into Prism much. Yeah, so Prism is kind of a weird matchup. Back then when she had the tomes and everything, it kind of actually got pretty bad with aura spam. So if Prism was able to Tome of Divinity, play out all of her auras, this sort of Riptide actually struggled pretty hard just because you can't clear every aura. But if they just played regular, like, balls to the wall, just swinging heralds every turn, Riptide actually had a pretty good time because he had a lot of poppers, and he had a lot of traps that would trigger go again, so that would hurt the Prism's on hit, like Tarpet Trap. Tarpet Trap's like really insane against Prism, just because it turns off the entire on hit for the turn, and doesn't trigger Prism's hero ability, doesn't trigger going to Soul. It's pretty insane. But yeah, I think with Tome being gone, your Prism actually only gets better. People are probably playing just like spam Herald Prism. So I think this sort of Riptide would actually be a lot better in turn. But going into the yellow cards, they're both yellow buffs that cost 3. Sorry, they block for 3, and they cost 1. They both do different things. They both give +3 to your arrow. This one says if it has an aim counter, when this hits here, look at their hand, and they have to discard a card. This one, Line It Up, is super good with Murky Water. It's kind of like the late game pitch stack sort of combo where you give your arrow +3. You could turn a card face up and give it an aim counter, and then Murky Water says if you give this card, if this card has an aim counter, it gets Dominate. So if you play them both in unison, Riptide's actually pretty cool because you can load a card into your arsenal. So what you can do is you can play Line It Up, pitching a blue. You can reload off Riptide into your arsenal. And then you can flip it up with Line It Up, and then now you have a dominated Line It Up Murky Water that swings for 10. Dominate. So really good way to close out games. Whippy says, I was going to say that I was surprised that you don't run one Line It Up with Murky Water just to close up the game. I agree with you. I'd say if I ran one Line It Up, it would be just a stack for late game. But I think with running just one, it's kind of inconsistent sometimes. Sometimes it's like a really good blocking card and you don't want to block with it and you have to use it as your pitch card. And using it as a pitch card is pretty awkward sometimes too, because you do have these 2-cost attacks, but sometimes you have Battering Bolt, which is like, a card that you want to have a blue for. So when the pitch gets kind of awkward and you're kind of trying to stack your deck with Line It Up, it can get pretty awkward to kind of make Line It Up. Like, you're basically having to sacrifice a lot of resources sometimes. Like, against aggro, if you have Line It Up and you're trying to stack for late game, if they hit you for like 15, you're probably going to want to block with your entire hand just to reset the board. So like saving a Line It Up for late game when they hit you for 15, you're taking 8, isn't really a great game plan anyway, because it's not really actively trying to try to trap damage them out, hit them when on hits. You're kind of waiting for a late game that's probably not going to come if they're hitting you way too hard. And you're saving block or giving up block just to do it. So I don't think the difference between 0 and 1 Line It Up probably is minimal. If I wanted to guarantee, like, if I thought late game was a possibility and I wanted to play towards it, I would definitely run 3 Line It Ups just to make sure that I can pitch stack with multiple copies. But yeah, I think that's it on the buffs. It also gets countered by Warmongers, so it's not great. But they are both yellow block 3s. I had Line It Up before in my list, but with the meta going so ham now, I think the time of the 4 blocks has come. So this comes out, you're saving less cards. This is kind of like a 3-card hand with like an arrow. But in this meta, going down, you're probably blocking with 2 or 3 cards and then swinging with 2 cards back. Ripple Away, great blue. Lost me the ProQuest, unfortunately, but it's a really good card just because you can discard it to Malefic Incantation, and then you can stop Rune Rager go again. You can stop Swarming go again. Doesn't create the Rune Chant, and it stops Codex tokens as well. So Ripaway definitely has some play, but I personally would play a lot more of the what I have right now, the 2 action traps with Plan for the Worst and Warmongers. I personally still like Infecting Shot more just because it's kind of aligns with the game plan a little bit more, but maybe with Line It Up being gone, there's less synergy with arrows, so maybe it comes back up to Ripaway because they both technically swing for 4. But yeah, Ripple Away consideration. I think it's like the 16th through 18th blue I would run if I were to need more blues. Sedation Shot, just like an Infecting Shot, is going to be a 1 for 4. This is definitely better into slower decks where they're kind of trying to set up their arsenal for either a defense reaction or something they're trying to set up bigger turns. This has more play into defense reactions though, because you're basically forcing them to give up their arsenal to be able to play only 4-card hands, and they don't have an arsenal to counteract Dreadbore. So in Sedation Shot's pretty good, but I would definitely still run Infecting Shot just because Infecting Shot's so generically good into everything. Sedation Shot definitely has better matchups than Infecting, but those are few and far between, I think. So definitely not a consideration. And then lastly, Widowmaker, classic anti-fatigue card. It says defense reactions can be played overall, so it's kind of like CNC. And then this is defended by less than 2 cards against +3. So this card's pretty good. I think it's pretty bad though into battle worn equipment, just because you can give a 3 block and then a battle worn equipment, and it technically counts towards the defended by fewer than 2 cards. So it would go back down to 3, and then you would just be blocking 3/3. So Widowmaker is definitely good when in those matchups where people's armor is getting destroyed and they have to give more cards, and it has the relevant text of defense reactions. But it doesn't see much play if a lot of people have Battle Worn, which a lot of people do now with Grasp of the Arknight, Scabskin Leathers. Dash O has Teklo Foundry Heart now too. So Widowmaker not seeing as much play, unfortunately. Yeah, that's basically all the maybe sections. There's definitely some stuff I missed. There are cards probably out there that are considerations for the deck that I've never really considered, but I can't even count like the Endless Nights that I've kind of like searched the card database and see what I can try to find in terms of like an answer to whatever matchup I'm struggling with. Let me go ahead and see if my teammate's ready to play too. We're going to be playing against Alexander Vor today. As you know, this guy is a very popular Kano player, but he will be our testing dummy, or might be his testing dummy in terms of trying to beat some aggro decks today. So he's going to be my opponent today, and then we also have Chris Iali and Matthew Vor, his brother, on the back end, just in case Alex can't make it. So we do have some backup people. But we're going to try to give you some good quality content in terms of Riptide versus an aggro deck gameplay. Just go over some more cards too that I didn't go over. So Arcanite Skullcap, like I said before, blocks 3 in a slower meta. If you can't afford a Balance of Justice and a Crown of Providence, this is probably a good alternative just because it blocks 3. The Arcane Barrier 3 sometimes matters, but against Kano, you're probably just going to die anyway. So this probably isn't as relevant or as necessary if you're teching for Kano. It's just kind of a doom matchup, so I don't tech for it. Driftwood Quiver, like I said, with Tunic, just so that you can sync your arsenal in those sort of situations. Fisticuffs is actually pretty interesting too. Fisticuffs is a cool card where you can play this 2 for 6, and then if you have Trench, you can actually Trench and reactions give the card +1, or like Weakest Link or CNC +1. So if they block 6 exactly with equipment, or block 6 exactly with 2 cards, 1 card in equipment, you can actually Trench and then give this attack action card +1, and then now it's going to hit and have that same debilitating effect. So it's pretty nasty. Unfortunately, it does not block, and it doesn't have a blocking zone. So if people T-bone you, now that's even one more card that you have to, or one less card you can give to a T-bone. So it's pretty dangerous when you're trying to protect your Trench. But it can definitely see play if you're trying to look for more proactive ways to kind of hit the meta. Fisticuffs is definitely pretty fun. A pretty fun answer to it. And then you got Goliath Gauntlet, which is just +2 to whatever attack. Toxic Tips is pretty cool. If Blade Break 1, unfortunately, if it had Battle Worn, it'd probably be a lot more play. But its action cost 1, destroy this card. The next action card you play this turn, so it counts CNC and whatnot. When this hits a hero, create one of the Outsider tokens. So Frailty, Inertia, or Blood Rot. So definitely can see play if you are trying to give your CNC or your Weakest Link or your Erase Face another on hit. But I think those cards are just too easy to block with 2-3 blocks that this card's not worth it, especially when you want your arm piece to block in this sort of meta. And then, yeah, you got Flight Path 2, like I said before, block 1 from the legs, just in case you need to have more equipment to give T-Bone to. All right, I think Alex is ready, so let me go ahead and set up some Talishars with him, or some Talishar games with him. We're going to go over to Talishar here. All right, let me grab my Riptide deck, and then I'll go ahead and send him the link here to see if he can join. Just in case, we're going to do OpenCC, just so that he can play -IO if he wanted to. The only deck I've found any success with standing order is like Decimated Great Axe Warrior. Yeah, that one's really good. I think Charles actually played that one in his deck when he played Dorinthia with the Decimated Great Axe. That's a really good card in there because sometimes you just get stuck with cards in your hand. Like say you have too many reds or like a waste or something and you're trying to fatigue. Standing order is definitely like a fatigue card. Just being able to kind of give cards more value, like giving a wounded blow more value, and then keeping that card in your deck so that you can use it later for block, use it later for pitch. It innately isn't enough value to kind of merit playing in a non-fatigue deck, but in fatigue you're trying to just get the most value you can out of your cards. It's just really good. Yeah, sometimes you arsenal a bummer blue and it filters out. Yeah, if like I said, Riptide is trench, so it doesn't really matter. But in other decks, you kind of like, you get ponder sometimes. You have too many cards that when you're trying to fatigue and they just pass. So standing order actually gets those cards out of arsenal for you pretty well. I forgot to send the link to Alex. Go ahead and send the link. All right, we're going to go ahead and grab Alex, and we're going to start on game 1. Hopefully we can get some good games in. If you guys remember last week, we played against a Victor. And we went to literally 0 cards. I think it was actually Kale McCreath that we played against Baza. And we both went to 0 cards. 0 cards left in deck. And we just couldn't get there. Oh, no, we did get there. Sorry, I was thinking of the wrong game. And we barely got there. But we had 1 card left in deck. It was Intoxicating Shot. We both ran out of cards. And I actually had the Arsenal pass. He passed back with no cards. And I swung Intoxicating Shot for lethal. So literally my last card in deck killed him, and it was Intoxicating Shot, which was super funny. But yeah, let's go ahead and get some games in here. Don't want to keep them waiting, so I do have some buttons to press. So I got Dash.io sideboard here ready. We're running a race face, obviously for the mech sort of matchup to get to make them lose the mech hero type, and then you got Frailty Trap and Tarpet Trap, which are obviously really good against Go again. He chose to go first here, so he's going to go first and try to set up some items. And we'll be going second to kind of try to grab the tempo first. All right, we have already a great start with Collapsing Trap. This is actually pretty bad, though. So if Alex is watching the stream and seeing my hand here, he can actually just pass, and I wouldn't be able to attack him. But I already have a really good blocking hand, so I'm not like super mad at not attacking. You're kind of innately trying to, fatigue. Anyway, so pretty good start for me. So this is a really good card, Plasma Mainline. I think I sent this list to Alex to play for today, and I think he's using Yuki's list from today or from her recent posting. So it has Plasma Mainline in it. It's pretty good Plasma Mainline. I used to play it before Dash.io became popular. It's kind of like Exodia, where you kind of place this item down. Anything you crank in, it'll get an extra steam counter. So it's basically like whatchamacallit? What's the Fabled called? It's like 5 triggers of that Fabled, just giving you okay, he's just filtering as well. Cool. So he's so we're both just kind of setting up. I'm going to be able to swing the first kind of attack of this game. So I get to keep my Collapsing Trap, which is super clutch. But him starting with 4 Teklo Pounder triggers is pretty good. It's definitely going to help him in this fatigue matchup, being able to do all that. So yeah, we're going to swing a Battering Bolt. Shouldn't be too relevant of an on-hit, unfortunately. Just because he's probably going to be able to block it out pretty well. Or sorry, he's probably going to not have any cards in hand that are relevant. But we still get hand information in the end. So if he does have anything tricky like Pulse Wave, we can definitely try to play around it. All right, it seems like we're blocking a whole lot to start. We have another couple items. So we're going to Arsenal Tarpet. And then we draw into this again. I'm a Dio lover. Took her to Battlehardened Milwaukee, and all the matchups where Plasma Mainline is playable are my favorite matchups. Yeah, when you play Plasma Mainline, it just feels so good. Just because you play it early. Everything gets plus 1 steam counter. So it's just pretty insane overall. Here I have, yet again, another good blocking hand that I can't swing with. So this is pretty unfortunate because he's just kind of time locking himself to kind of set up. And I can't really take the tempo back because I keep drawing traps. So I'm actually going to keep all the traps that I think are necessary. So Frailty is really good, obviously. Tar Pit's probably pretty alright. But I probably want to try to get the sink below an arsenal and keep the rest. So I'll go ahead and trench here and pass. Buzzsaw would be pretty good too into Techlo Pounder, so we're definitely going to keep that. Actually go ahead and arsenal sink there, and then now we draw up. We have an attack now, which I wish we had last turn. If we had this erase face, it would be so good. Okay, very interesting strat here. He's just straight up just making sure he gets all of his items out. I don't have a lot of item disruption here, so he's just going to be able to play everything out and kind of have a big turn after that. So this is pretty good from us just because we still have Collapsing Trap, so we can't really go crazy yet. We need to keep Frailty because if we don't keep Frailty, we're actually going to get wrecked by the pistol. So we definitely need to keep both Collapsing and Frailty. So we're probably just going to be swinging with Buzzsaw. Unfortunately, we lose out on the 2-block, the Buzzsaw nerfing the Techlo Pounder, but I think we'll be fine. Alright, blocking 6. Yeah, classic erase face. Always forcing the blocks through. Alright, so this is pretty good too. We're forcing, seeing if he has any... Nope. So he plays a boom grenade. I think that's off the top of his deck. So now you have 6... Now he has 6 counters on his pistol. Any other items he's playing is going to come in... or no, well, he has 1 more trigger of Plasma Mainline, so any items that come in will get 1 more time. And then any more items that come in right now before he shoots a pistol shot won't get that, won't increase the pistol shot past 6 because Symbiosis shot only allows you to get up to 6. Yeah, this is basically one of those matches where you can kind of showcase how good Plasma Mainline is. It's just super good at kind of finding those setup turns. But pretty interesting strat so far from Alex. I've actually never seen him play Dash.io or any hero besides Kano, basically. So seeing him set up here is pretty cool. I'm just hoping that this Collapsing Trap will be enough to kind of mitigate all the damage I'm about to take off this first go. If he decides to take this Remorseless and just go ham with all of his cards, this Remorseless might actually be one of the biggest Remorselesses I've ever seen in my life. So, gonna be excited to see if he's gonna block or not here. I think he can technically give Adaptive Plating and both his armors, and it would technically block everything. But I don't know if that's reasonable. If it's just Remorseless, it's not gonna be stopping your turn. You're just gonna be taking a lot of damage. Alright, so he goes for the Galvanize play. So he's going to Galvanize. It looked like he galvanized his Plasma Mainline. And he also does not sink his Arsenal. So I assume it's going to be like a power card like High Octane. Cool. There's the first High Octane. Second High Octane. So our Balance Justice is already on. So this is going to be super cool. And then we actually have the perfect shutdown for these pistol shots. We have the Frailty Trap to shut down all the value you can get off it. Alright, so this is 7 go again. He does have a Boom Grenade on the field, so we are trying our best to block everything out. It's going to be pretty awkward though. But I'm going to start off with Long Draw Half Glove and then block with both Frailty and Collapsing Trap. So Frailty will hurt his first pistol, and then we'll hit him with Collapsing Trap so that it stops his 3 cards here. I don't think he's Dash.io'd yet, and being able to Collapsing Trap when they have 0 pitch is pretty clutch. Pretty clutch, I should say, just because being able to not allow them to manipulate their pitch and have pitch left over for whatever random cards they may draw is pretty clutch. He also discarded 2 0-cost boost cards, so that's going to be pretty good for us. Yeah, and I'm pretty content that he just used 2 High Octanes there. That's going to be a pretty good way for him to kind of combat my fatigue game plan. So he using 2 high octanes and then me shutting it down already with the collapsing trap is pretty clutch. Depends on what the rest of his turn here looks like. He still has his pistol shots, which only come in for 1 damage, so it's not as good now. But he could just save them as well. And that's what we're going to have Frailty Trap for. We're definitely going to try to play this Warmongers. If it comes down to not being able to block with Warmongers, or having to block with Warmongers, then we're probably pretty content arsenaling Frailty Trap anyway. He's going to go ahead and give Dominate to this Zipper hit. Okay. He has to pitch for this. Okay, this is only coming in for 4. It still has the on hit of Boom Grenade. So he drew another card. So it makes me think, is it a 0 for 4? Because if it's a 0 for 4, it's not that great for him. Because we can actually just play Tar Pit here. If it's a 0 for 4, it's great for him. But if it's not a 0 for 4, we can actually just play Tar Pit here and negate the damage. If it comes from Arsenal, can Frailty full cover? It definitely can, yes. I'm just debating keeping Frailty. Just because I don't want him to play High Octane next turn and get the full value of Symbiosis shot. That's like the reasoning. But I can definitely just keep Tar Pit as well. I do have 1 more Frailty Trap in the deck and Codex left. So there may be merit just to block with Frailty Trap here and get the full value and shut down his pistol turn. So I think you might be right just to get the full value of, like, just no damage on pistol shots. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Double Frailty. So we're going to be relying on being able to find Frailty later in the game when his second High Octane comes up. Or his third, sorry, his last one. So yeah, we're going to be hoping for that. If this is a 0 cost, no it's not. He's going to go ahead and have to pass. So he has 1 more counter here, 1 more counter here. So these should all be gone after next turn. We're going to go ahead and play Warmongers. So he can't play items off the top of his deck anymore. He can't play Spark. He can't play System Reset. He has to choose what he wants to do. So this is pretty good against Dash.io. Not so good against Dash.ie because Dash.ie would just say war and start boosting against you. Because most of her deck is just straight gas. But Dash.io can be pretty solid. Okay. So this is the last turn of all the technical cores. Excuse me. We still have Balance of Justice. So yeah, we didn't draw any traps unfortunately. But we should be able to still like E-Strike or send Endless Arrow too. So this should be pretty good. So this is Outpace for 6. We're definitely going to block with Tar Pit here just to mitigate some damage. So here Tar Pit's really good because the next attack that hits this turn will not trigger, what's it called? Boom Grenade. So we can not block the next one and block the one after that to not trigger the Boom Grenade. So I have to show him 2 cards. I'll show him 2. I think unfortunately we have to block here. We could just give up the block on like balance and settle for that too. He still only has 1 action point, so not a whole lot of action points because he can't play High Octane. So we're only probably going to get shot for 2 here. We probably could save armor for like the Dominate effect, just in case he has like a throttle. But the chances of him having a throttle here probably pretty high actually because he probably hasn't played one yet. So if he plays a throttle, it's gonna come through. But our Tar Pit Trap is still active. So any attack he plays will soak the on hit of Tar Pit, and then the Boom Grenade can trigger on the next one. Hyper Scrapper. Okay. So this Hyper Scrapper is going to be for 5, I think? Yeah. So it comes in for 5, but it innately doesn't have an on-hit. So I think we're okay with that. I think we're just going to stick with the blocking plan. Even though this doesn't have an on-hit, I think we're okay with that. Just because our Tar Pit's still going to eat it up. He doesn't have an action after because this doesn't have go again. We're going to go ahead and arsenal Endless Arrow. And then now we can go ahead and have a free Winter's Will basically every turn if he decides not to block an Endless Arrow. Our second Frailty Trap is here to counteract High Octane. Our third one, I should say. So if he ends up playing High Octane here, we're going to slow him down again. Alright, so it might look like he's going for the High Octane. If he's, okay, he's going just straight boosting. Very cool. So there's no Boom Grenade here. I am trying to play around... Try my best to play around, hey, he could just boost the last High Octane. We won't need to worry about it. That's very true. If this ever hits the boost zone, he actually... Oh, yeah, that's from Banish. I was like, he boosted all 3 technical cores, but that was from his Hyper Scrapper. So, yeah, another attack that doesn't have an on-hit right now. But just in case he has a Boom Grenade or anything, we can go ahead and do this. So, as Riptide, you're kind of basically full committing to... the fatigue game plan. So you're pretty happy if he's just boosting away cards just to play them out, or just to try to get damage through. Battle Backup Protocol Red cranks, uses it. You can get Pulse Wave, I believe. So now that show has absolutely no armor. So it's pretty bad for them because now they can't block any on hits efficiently if it's like a 7 or a 4. So Endless Arrow definitely has an on hit now, or definitely is harder to block now, and so the on hit is ever prevalent. So we'll go ahead and block 4. There's the max V. Okay. So this max V is pretty good. The question is, do I block with Frailty Trap? I probably do, just because, you know, the 3 block is tough to say, I actually think. So if I block here, go to 27, I can play around the High Octane next turn as well, just because I don't have Frailty Trap. But he might not just block the Endless Arrow anyway. I think I can get more value off this Frailty Trap if I see the High Octane. So I think it might be actually better if I just keep it. So we're going to take 10. I know it seems a little weird, but I think we're going to take 10. We really want to be... how do we win this game, basically, is if he plays that last High Octane, and we're able to mitigate it with Frailty Trap, his damage total is just way lower. So if he plays that last High Octane and the Frailty Trap gets him, he won't have a lot of resources to kind of get there anymore. And especially if we have Codex next turn, this can be like kind of a fail-safe, and then we can Codex the following turn as well and kind of roll down on Codexes. There's the T-Bone. Yeah, we're just hoping now that he we'll arsenal this again. And we're back to being golden. There's the first Cerebellum. Second Cerebellum. Passing priority. Okay. So we do have an erase face. So I'll go ahead and play Codex. Trench first. Nope. We'll go ahead and... Erase face is always good. I'm going to go ahead and discard Murky. So it's a kind of a weird play, but I think just being able to give the Frailty here is pretty good. Innately stopping the High Octane prematurely. And then hitting with Erase Face where Erase Face is just insane against Dash. She has to block 6, right? Is Pham expensive to start, or is it pretty chill? I've dropped 1k on MTG, LMAO. How recent did you drop 1k on MTG? Sorry to hear if it was recent. Unfortunately, if it was recent, the current state of the game, last 2 months, oof. Yeah, with like the banning on Commander and stuff, it's pretty tough. So they're doing another setup turn, which I think is fine, honestly. I could just throw CNC here. So we're just going to throw another CNC. I think Pham is pretty expensive to get into as well, unfortunately. It's the cost of all the generics like E-Strike, CNC are pretty expensive, just because they've been staples for so long, and every deck needs 3. There are some decks that don't need 3, like Mechanologists. They all have mech cards, so decks are pretty cheap to build when you take into account Mechanologists. Okay, takes 6 and destroys the T-Bone. I'm kind of inclined here to quiver. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to quiver these two. So I'm going to get back these. So now we have Frailty to counteract that. Is that card like Max C from Yu-Gi-Oh? Because that card makes me cry. Not sure what Max C says. I forgot. I remember hearing about it, but I don't remember what that is. But I would say Flesh and Blood, if you're looking for like a 1v1 competitive card game, it's probably the best game on earth. Like, there's no comparing it to any other card game. If you really like fighting games, this card feels exactly like a fighting game where you're two heroes pitted against each other. You have resources. You start at full health and you get lower and lower. Whereas Magic and Pokemon, you kind of start with nothing and you can kind of get stronger and stronger. So this game is pretty cool in that way. Okay, so we're starting off with a Convection Amplifier Outpace. Cool. Max C was a hand trap. You draw each time they special summon this turn. Yes, if you're talking Max C is Cerebellum, this card is currently really good in this game. Just because it's kind of breaking the format in terms of getting card advantage. They kind of just went through this whole, for those that don't know, they kind of went through this whole process of banning all the books in the game, where you're allowed to draw all these cards. And then they printed Cerebellum, which is kind of another draw effect. And there's a card in the game called System Reset, where you kind of banish all your items, and then you put them back on the field. And then it says crank on it, so when you crank it, when it enters the battlefield, you can crank it, remove a steam counter, and gain an action point. So you just gain 1,000,000 action points. And then you're able to swing back pretty hard. Cool. So Cerebellum is going to be gone next turn, so that's good for me. We're going to go ahead and shoot a Remorseless. So this is going to be better than Battering Bolt, even though it's 1 less attack. It's technically more value, so if they take it, if they play a bunch of actions, they'll be pretty hurt. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to reload this Tripwire. If we did, it would be pretty good for us. But we're pretty content blocking with, 2 cards here, maybe 1 card, and then sending a Battering Bolt. If they end up drawing more than 2 cards, we could also break our Balance of Justice and draw a card as well. So there's definitely some ways we can counteract this big turn that I feel is coming up pretty soon. But yeah, I think if you really like 1v1, Flesh and Blood is really good. It kind of captures that beautiful Magic essence of Magic, the 1v1 Pro Tour scene of Magic. And kind of like leans more into fantasy with like, stuff like Rangers, Mechanologists, all that good stuff. Here's the High Octane. Unfortunately, we don't have a Frailty token, so we might be taking a lot of pistols for 2. Got to Mythic and Standard, so I'm kind of down to learn. Yeah, if we ever have time, I'll hit you up on Discord, Hunter, and we can definitely do some learning sessions. Getting to Mythic, obviously you have an insane brain. You're probably one of the best TFT players I know, so definitely you probably have a knack for learning it. So we're boosting a high so this is actually pretty funny. He's under the effects of Remorseless, so every time he plays an action card, he's actually taking a damage. So I'm actually pretty happy just fully blocking out. And with this High Octane, it's going to be pretty tough because every action they play, they're dying to Remorseless. There's the Cerebellum. They draw a card, and then now my balance is actually turned on now too. So the first draw was High Octane. The second draw was Off the Spark. Third draw here in Cerebellum. I always propose that Balance of Justice should scale based off how many multiples of 2 they've drawn this turn. So if they've drawn 10, you would draw 5. Just to counteract the insane amounts of card draw back then with Zen. But I don't think you need to anymore. If the -IO finds all the System Reset Cerebellum stuff, it's once in a blue moon. I feel like it kind of matters, or it kind of lines up like that. So yeah. So this is for 4. Still no attack. So we're going to block 2. Still no on hit with Boom Grenade. I don't think they've dash IO'd yet. So the next card we're blocking with is definitely Murky Water, just so we can swing Battering Bolt after. Alright, boosting for 2. Interesting. So now there's an on hit. Boosting for 2 now. I'm going to block with Perch Grapplers. Blocking 2 exactly. Convection. There we go. Alright, so we're actually going to block out... Oh, it's Dominate. Okay. We're going to have to take a bunch of damage here, unfortunately. But we'll be able to kind of counteract this. So pretty big turn from Alex there. He's able to shoot his pistol a whole bunch now too, get me down to 4. But I do have Inevitability with Tripwire Trap. So I should go down to 2 here. We do win though, yeah. So the Remorseless definitely put in work there. And then now we have Tripwire just to guarantee the game here. We'll go ahead and Arsenal Tripwire, and we're back. So this is going to be awkward too, because I don't have an arrow, or I don't have an attack to swing with. So we actually, if they don't attack at all, we just have to keep passing. This is the unfortunate part. But he does attack, and I'll go ahead and play Tripwire here and win the game. It's always funny because Tripwire always asks if you want to pay the 1. So even when you're at 0, it's going to ask if you want to pay the 1. Good game. We'll go ahead and do another rematch. That was pretty awkward early. We couldn't. We ended up winning the first game. I'll go ahead and put up the results here. I'll do the results after. Oh, whoops. We should have a tracker on here. But ooh, T-Bone's really good here. I'll buckle than this. I should have a tracker that goes down like a notepad. I'll probably make a notepad actually. Also, we can see our overall record into the game so far. We'll do 1-0-IO. There probably is a better way to do this, but we're going to say 1-0-IO right now. Confident. We're already confident, off to the races. So we have to block out here innately to start. Alex is trying to look for items to play off the top of his deck. Cool. Oh, okay. This is very interesting. I think we don't want to play Plan for the Worst, though, because we're on the tempo. We just want to swing with Battering Bolt. They're not... Alex also isn't very set up yet, so Clap Trap wouldn't be the worst for him to just take right now, too. Alright, revealed the hand. Those are all actions, so we don't get to discard any of them. Imagine if they weren't, though. We'd discard 2 Boom Grenades. That was weakest link. I'm going to go ahead and Arsenal Pitfall Trap. Convection Amplifier off the top, huh? Very cool. Sweet. So Frailty actually isn't great right now because he doesn't have a lot of pistol counters. But Tarpit actually is a little bit better because it pitches for 2 and it stops Boom Grenades right now. So let's see what Alex decides to do. I think he still has a blue Boom Grenade in his hand, a Twin Drive, and I think the last card was another boost card. Twin Drive outpays Boom Grenade. Yep. Cool. So he plays... Okay. But there's another Boom Grenade on top. That's pretty insane. So we're going to have to definitely block out this Boom Grenade if we want to try to survive. Getting that early T-Bone was pretty nasty with Long Draw. Just because now I can't block 1 on the... use the block 1. But I can't use it on the Outpace anyway, so it won't even matter. He's going to go ahead and try to set up for the next turn. We're going to go ahead and we're going to give up a tar pit. We'll save a frailty trap. Yeah, it's using armor to block an infecting shot. That's not something you see every day. A blue infecting shot too. So yeah, we got some pretty critical armor now too. This is blade break. This is temper. So now they only have block 3 if they use the galvanize, and then block 1 if they use the last thing on industry power plant. So pretty good for us. We're still drawing a lot of traps, but we're also drawing arrows this time around. So pretty good for us to combat getting IP locked by just drawing all traps. Yeah, I didn't even know, Hunter, that you were playing card games now. That's super cool. I know you were always expressed interest in it, but glad to see that you took the leap of faith into the TCG world. It's super cool. I'd be sick if we can meet up for some Flesh and Blood events or even Magic events. I have a Commander deck, but I don't play Magic as often, unfortunately. My girlfriend's dad got me into MTG. Yeah, I mean, it's a super cool hobby. It's super fun. Gotta give him a card. We're gonna go ahead and block with 1 frailty here. And keep the tar pit for like a more devastating on hit here. Interesting that they played the high octane. I would think that the high octane is pretty low value right now, just because this thing is not on many counters. But yeah, let's see. Is Destiny also into Magic the Gathering, or is it just her dad? Sweet. Outpace. What did he do? Oh, Spark. Okay, I was like, why? I'm so confused. Why are they drawing so many cards? Spark goes to get Processor. Her whole family. That's awesome, actually. All right, so we're this is so funny. This is exactly what happened last game, where they double high octane, and then I was able to have double frailty traps, so the pistol just shoots for 0. And if I do need to, I can prop balance to get an extra card here. I don't know if they have much after this. Time to convert them all to Pham. Yeah. Someone get that meme and send it to Hunt. I don't even know if you can send memes in this chat, but that meme of like the person knocking on the door. Do you have a minute to talk about our Lord and Savior Flesh and Blood? We need that meme right now, more than ever. All right. Waiting on the final decision. Let's see. So it's Twin Drive, double boost. So if we just block with Frailty, we negate the entire boost game plan. So we'll block with Balance and we'll Frailty them again. So now all their pistol shots shoot for 0. My partner, daughter, and her BF all play Flab. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I unfortunately don't have any family members that play Flesh and Blood. Kind of like a solo act, I guess, for my family. But they're always interested in learning what I'm doing, and you know, it's always fun to like do well at tournaments. And they're like, "What the heck? This thing's like profitable even." So it's cool to see. LMFAO, yeah. Upskis come to locals? Yes, Marcus. Always come to locals, dude. So, I'm getting Alex pretty low here. He's taking a bit of damage here. He's kind of setting up. I shut down his high octane pretty hard, so I can't really. He couldn't really go off with all of his counters there, so he has to kind of save it for this turn. I got second place at my LGC's pre-release for Dustmore. They don't have Fab events though. Yeah, Fab is still a growing game. Fab is definitely still a growing game. So I wouldn't blame them too hard for not investing in Fab yet, but I think it's coming to the point where Fab is kind of showing off how well it's run, how the devs really care about the community. They're probably the most like, oh god, this might be a big one. They're probably the most clear and concise like dev group ever that I've ever seen in any sort of like franchise, whether it be like video games, any companies. They're just very about the player and having fun, and they're very clear about that. So what in the world just happened? I feel like Alex is just trolling me at this point. I don't know, guys. Do you guys feel like Alex is trolling us? He just played high octane and passed. I swear, guys. I swear the AGE team is full of great players. We all know what we're doing. And we never, we never want to... We never make bad plays, We never make bad plays. High octane pass, not a bad play. Definitely calculated. Alexander Vor, ladies and gentlemen. Alexander Vor. The great Kano player himself. High octane pass. Okay. Okay. All right. So that was kind of one of the matches of all time against Alex, I guess. He couldn't really line anything up. He had a really big turn. I had to play double frailty trap, so it shut off the pistol. After that, he has just super awkward hands here, so he just gave up. I'll go ahead and rematch him, but we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Just need to do some stuff, and then we'll be right back with some more action of Dash.io. We'll also get into Aurora. We'll also get into Viscerai, so stay tuned. We're still going to be streaming pretty hard. So yeah, just going to be taking 5. See you guys in a bit. Boom! We are back. We are so back. Thank you all for tuning in still. Hopefully you guys are all there. Unfortunately, had to step away for a little bit, but we're back in action. All right. We're 2-0 into Dash.io. We're going to be trying to get that third win. And we're going to be trying to get 3 games into each hero. So next will be Aurora, and then the game after that will be Viscerai. And then we'll try to see how well Riptide can do against what I think are going to be the top 3 aggro decks heading into this Dash.io meta. But yeah, we're going to get right into it. We got this game queued up against Alex right now, so we're going to go ahead and start it off. He's got Cerebellum already in effect, so we're going to start it off. Let's see, what did I miss in the chat? What are your thoughts on Jarl, Mr. Pham? I personally think Jarl is absolutely insane. The return of Oldham, I guess you could say. I do miss it so. I actually had played Oldham, I think, for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks maybe. I brought him to a PQ at Ender's Game in NorCal, and I managed to 6-0 in Swiss, and I was feeling really good. I even beat Craig in the Oldham Mirror. It was insane. Like, I remember seeing him pitch stack Rouse the Ancients into Command and Conquer Pummel. And I was like, dude, I want to do that. So against him, I told him I was going to do that. And then I ended up being lucky enough to find all those cards in order first cycle. And then being able to Crown of Seeds and pitch my way to Rouse the Ancients into CNC Pummel when I beat Craig in the Bravo Mirror. So that was a lot of fun. Jarl kind of, I feel like, kind of take Oldham's place. Jarl unfortunately won't have Crown of Seeds, so that's like the sad part. But I think Jarl will still be that same old Ice Earth Guardian that everyone knows and loves. Just an insane Guardian. Alright, we're taking all this damage. Alright, we're high octaning. So I don't think high octane is actually that good in Dash.io early, because you can't really shoot your pistol that often. In combination with Cerebellum System Reset, you could definitely pull it off, but I think it's few and far between. Yeah, I think we're gonna tripwire trap here. Sweet. So we kind of want to end on Pitfall Trap being in Arsenal. So we're just going to play the tripwire, even though it's this insanely overblocking. This is just like the most on-rate play we can do, I think. Just because we want to be able to load Pitfall just in case they go super wide. And then still swing CNC on our turn. CNC is really good. All the generic attacks are really good because you can save a trap in Arsenal and still play out your hand without having to clear your arsenal to shoot an arrow. That's like the most annoying thing in Riptide, where you have like a trap in arsenal and you have to use Trench to get it out of there so that you can shoot an arrow and have an offensive turn. And you kind of waste like trap value that way. So the 2-cost attacks are really good, the generic ones. Jarl could be sick. Ice coming back to the meta is going to be rough. Ice is going to be fun. I think Ice is a healthy... I know a lot of people hate this, but I think Ice is super healthy for the game because it's not overwhelmingly kind of prevalent in the meta. Like, it's not like a huge meta share, I don't think. But it kind of is like a check for those sort of deck building aspects where you kind of have to include more blues now to be able to do your turns, and like Channel Lake Frigid, Jesus. Keeping in check all those heroes that are like just doing all this nonsense with like Dash.io System Reset, Viscerai with like Riptide pop off turns, like it's really cool. Game 2 going pretty well so far. We just hit him with the Frailty Trap, so now he cannot shoot his pistol for more than one. He's gonna block again. Alright, the second Cerebellum has hit the field. I don't think this is a turn where we pop Balance of Justice. I don't think it's a turn we need to. But we can definitely see how, based off the Spark, a genius play here. Third Spark of Genius. Okay. We're drawing a lot of cards here. We're also under a high octane still. This is kind of crazy. The fact that it comes in with 2 steam counters is crazy. If it came in with 1, I think that would be a lot better. But coming in with 2, like, not only when you crank it on Spark, you get it for your current turn, you get it for the next turn after. It's pretty insane. I think a lot of the problem comes from it being able to set it up, and then keep going. Setting it up, keep going on your current turn, and then setting up for next turn as well. If you're able to cut that in half and just like say, hey, if you want to use Cerebellum right now and pop off, it's your current turn, or you know, don't crank it and save it for your next turn and just stop your turn there. I feel like it would solve a lot of problems. But the fact that it has 2 steam counters kind of makes it so you can do both. So it's just innately so good. So many sparks. Third Cerebellum. So we've yet to take damage. There's the Technocore. So they're at 0 action points. This is off the top of the deck. Yes, I think it is off the top of the deck. Okay, cool. So they can't play... They can't play, whatchamacallit? They can't play, Boom Grenade anymore off the top. So now we can just go ahead and block with Crown and not have to worry about on-hits anymore. If they keep going super wide this turn and using up, you know, a bunch of boost cards, we might be forced into using Bounce just for block value. This is the first high octane, so they have 2 left, but they don't have any sparks left. So no more draw shenanigans here. So I don't think there's going to be a better time to use Bounce Justice because they're using all the sparks. Now you can't really draw any more cards. There's the take cover. So we're going to block with take cover now. And then we're trying to use Pitfall Trap as late as you can. Sometimes you don't want to do that because they have CNC as a chain ender. But against Dash, they don't really have any arsenal destruction. So you can actually wait till the very last moment to use your Pitfall Trap. Just because you can just wait until they hit with their last resource. They don't know about it, and then boom, you hit them for a 0 for 3 that does 3 damage as well as a 0 for 6. So it can definitely get pretty insane if you can time it correctly with Pitfall. First pistol shot for 1. We take 1. We're content with that. Powder. Okay, cool. So they're just setting up. That's fine with me. I'll go ahead and use CNC here. So they probably have a boost card in Arsenal or an Arsenal they really care about. They still have Crown, but forcing away an Arsenal is pretty clutch. So this is where we hope to draw some form of Frailty next turn. We do not, unfortunately, and we can't play our hand very well. So this could be definitely a turn where Dash.io takes advantage of us and you know, punishes us for having a lower block in hand right now. So a 5-card hand with triple Cerebellum up. As I was saying before, being able to enter with 2 steam counters is pretty insane. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and block 5. So we'll just try to block out as efficiently as we can here. We could definitely end up taking a lot of damage, which will be unfortunate, but just part of the game. Cool. So they have cranked. Unfortunately, we can't really play around that. We want to save as much block as we can for other on-hits. Boom Grenade is probably going to hit anyway. We only have 2 cards left. So they do have 2 action points to draw a card. So no more sparks to manipulate. If they do hit a system reset, it'll be pretty nuts because they can probably just kill me from there. So high octane coming in is pretty clutch here too. Yeah, this is a pretty scary turn here. So if they find the correct boost cards, they can boost us down and then use the extra action points to draw off the cerebellums. So this could be pretty nutty. Fortunately, we did not draw any traps here, like collapsing or anything. I'm gonna take 4 here. Pretty disgusting turn. Getting the triple cerebellum out early is pretty clutch. Yeah, that's still my main problem with it. Like, why? I still don't understand why it has 2 steam counters. Like, having 2 steam counters is pretty insane. If it came in with 1, like, you have to choose whether or not is it setup card or an aggro card on your turn. But this, when it comes in with 2, you can crank it, have 1 steam counter, and you can do it on your current turn when you're sparking for it. And then on your second turn, this turn being, keep it around for, like, another turn like this. So, pretty strong card. Pretty strong card. I think if it were a little bit more balanced, it would be there. But I think it's a high power card, and I think Flesh and Blood innately it just has high power cards. So you want to be able to push the limits. Let's see. Do we block? We only have 5 block left, so we gotta use it wisely. They still do have high octane active. Hoping that they don't have any more draw cards. So this is just gonna be pistol shots after the boosting cards. So hopefully we can try to manipulate the mana in a way where they can't swing anymore. So they can still go ham. But we're gonna go ahead and block 2. And I guess we'll save Pitfall. So the reason why we save Pitfall is actually because they have stud mana to pay for the Pitfall trap, and we can just use it this turn here to prevent some on hits too. So it's kind of the same effect. Like if they had an active boom grenade here, we could definitely still use it. Unfortunately, not finding very many traps this time around. Finding a lot of these red attacks. I think that's like 8 red attacks in a row of full red attack hands. At least we can shoot the Endless Arrow or Searing Shot, but right now we're pretty strapped for proactive plays. Kind of forced into blocking here. Pretty insane. I feel like with Riptide, there's so often that you're like, you feel like you just IP yourself, but it's actually sometimes pretty good because you just like are able to set up traps or like your hand is awkward, but you kind of gain the value back when you're blocking. So don't be afraid to IP yourself, I guess I should say. We might be dead this turn, unfortunately, but yeah. So we got a fast... Oh, shoot. That's a lot of damage. We'll go ahead and block out here. We'll block as much as we can. I believe that is the last high octane. They've played all 3 high octanes, all 3 cerebellums, and all 3 spark of geniuses. So this is basically it. We're just blocking. We'll just be blocking now. They boosted twice, I believe. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and block like this. And then max V. And then now we get the full pitfall value. Unfortunately, we do take 7 down to 9, but we do get the full pitfall value because they use all their pitch. So we're also going to take a bunch of damage here off the pistols. So a much better game overall from the past 2 games for Dash.io. We took a bunch of damage, but we can still block out. Hopefully fatigue. They're only on 20 cards left, so we can definitely try. But it'll be pretty hard with stuff like outpace, kind of trying to ruin our day. Yeah, I think they definitely got this one. Go ahead and use tar pits. And then we'll use Pitfall. So we unfortunately lose this one. They were able to line up a lot better of a turn. I think they resolved 2 max Vs, all 3 Cerebrums, all 3 Sparks, and all 3 High Octanes. A lot better. I think the last few games, the High Octanes were pretty awkward. So we were able to clutch it out. But this one is a pretty one-sided affair, unfortunately. GG's. Cool. I'm curious to see. 19 value, Jesus. Yeah, that was a pretty good setup turn. Unfortunately, we lose that one. But, you know, Riptide still feels pretty decent into Dash.io. You have a lot of, like, answers to what they're trying to do. If they do get out of hand and you're not drawing the correct traps, like, you know, collapsing early or frailty traps, it can definitely hurt you a lot in terms of damage. But if you're able to find those traps pretty consistently, because you have 3 of the frailties, and you can find like the proper disruption, I would say that you have some fight in you. I'm not sure if it's favored or not. I'm sure Dash.io could definitely tech to be a little bit more favored. But I think Riptide still pretty much has game into Dash.io. Let me go ahead and grab the deck again. And then we're going to try to get some Viscerai games in now. Oh, sorry, Aurora. So, let's see. Let me see. Sweet. Let me update the Riptide testing again. So, we're currently 2-1 into Dash.io. So, we're going to try to be playing 3 games against each hero. So hopefully we can play a bit faster with since it's aggro based. What kind of deck is that? Mid-range? The one I'm playing is very mid-range. It's kind of like blocking out very efficiently, swinging back to just kind of you know, do enough damage and then coming back with just kind of winning that points game. So it can definitely get blown out by some heavy aggro decks that have a lot of combo. But just testing it, see how it is. New Horizons, thanks for stopping in, man. I always love any Riptide enjoyers. Starting to test out a ton on the aggro build. Sure, we have enough tech to be favored into Dio. I think so too. I think the aggro Riptide definitely has its merits now too. It does unfortunately get side hit by like Warmongers and like Disruption a lot more often. Just because a lot of decks are attacking for Dash.io and whatnot. And a lot of decks are teching for Aurora and stuff. So the Warmonger's hit is kind of like a side hit to Aggro Riptide. But I know that Aggro Riptide does a lot of damage too and can definitely outrace sometimes against Dash.io. I personally just get scared of Warmongers and kind of like the inconsistency of Aggro Riptide, as well as when mech is at the top of the meta. Obviously T-Bone is a huge issue. So if you're running into a lot of T-Bones and you're running like New Horizon to kind of get your card advantage, you can get T-Bone or Magnetic and then your whole game plan goes awry. So yeah. Scar adds a lot more bricks. Yeah, Scar I used to play a ton of Aggro Riptide as well. I actually started off on Aggro Riptide. So I was able to kind of learn the game through that. It was super fun to play, but like I said, it's just like sometimes inconsistent, so I switched over to a more mid-range build, and I've been loving it ever since. I kind of like this sort of play style. I feel like I kind of get the same hits of an aggro deck from other decks, like Aurora is a lot of fun, and I kind of like satiate my mid-range appetite with Riptide these days. But yeah, I agree. I think Riptide, Aggro Riptide definitely has a lot of merit right now too. It's just another deck that can catch a lot of people off guard. And I love Aggro Riptide because it always keeps people honest. They're not sure if you're aggro, they're not sure if you're fatiguey. So always fun to kind of play Riptide, reveal the hero token, and then your opponent doesn't really know what you're on, which is always super cool. I love playing heroes like that are kind of like multifaceted. Just because when you sit down from a person and you don't reveal your deck yet and they don't know what you're on, they have to kind of hedge and play like this in-between sort of game plan, and that only works in your favor just because you're able to already have the upper hand before the game even started. Sweet. So we're actually enlisted Andrew Rudin to help us out today with some Viscerai, some Aurora games. So hopefully he hops on here soon, and then we can go ahead and get some games in on Aurora. We're going to try to get in 3. Maybe if time doesn't allow, we'll get in less. But we're going to try to get in 3, and then we'll get in 3 games of Viscerai to end it. And it should be a lot of fun. We did manage to get a winning record into Dash.io, so we are currently holding back the Aggro Storm. But we will see if we can handle all this arcane damage that's going to come our ways pretty soon here. Sweet, there he is. I will go first. Classic. So I'll go ahead and pop the Aurora button. So we're going to be running the Go Again traps and Erase Face similar to Dash.io, just because we turn off all the lightning stuff. Pretty good. And we'll see how good it comes here. Aurora's going to be a little bit more weird to block. She does have those 4 cost attacks, but she's also weird to block because she has the split arcane damage and the physical damage. So it's going to be a lot more hard to block. And she also has conditional on hits because of Channel Lightning Valley. So there are ways to kind of mitigate her on hits and kind of get her in that way too. Battering Bolt will be pretty good against her, unlike against Dash.io. Yeah, New Rise. I'm actually really, I kind of miss Aggro Riptide these days. I remember building it once just to play and test it in a Dromai. Shout out to Zach, who's also on the AG Pro team, and he just won AG Players Championship. He used to play a ton of Dromai, and I remember putting in just the most random cards to try to win that matchup. My favorite was Promise of Plenty. So Promise of Plenty, you had to play from Arsenal. And if it hits, if any hero has an empty Arsenal zone, they get to put the top card of their deck into their Arsenal. And I would use it to kill Chromai. So I would just be like 3 go again at Chromai, hit, and then reload with another card. I still remember the best one probably ever was like Bolton Shot, where I hit Promise of Plenty. Bolton Shot came through, and then I was able to... Okay, let's send Weakest Link. You never know. I was able to... let's Arsenal that. I was able to get Bolton Shot in my Arsenal after the Promise of Plenty hit on Chromai, and then I played a buff, and then was able to get it out that way. Okay, so we're going to be playing 1. Second Sigil Suffering, playing 1 again. Cool, so both sigils are gone. That's good for us that both sigils are gone. Now we can go ahead and not have to play around those as often. Sigil is pretty annoying because it gets the +1 block. Dreadboard does get around that, but unfortunately we did not have an arrow. Weakest Link was not an arrow. If we had like a battering bolt, that would have been pretty insane. We would have had to discard both of those. So starting off with making a rune chant. Let's see what happens after. Entwine. No fuse, I don't think. So where do they fuse? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and block. Sorry. I'm confused as to what happened. So no fuse, so we're going to take 1. Just in case they have blink, we can go ahead and save a block here. So we're going to block with Pitfall Trap, just to get the 1 automatic damage. There's the Sigil. Go ahead and do this. With blocking out more. So we thought it was blink, but it ended up being sigil, so we didn't play around it as well. But we're going to go ahead and filter out our Endless Arrow. So we lose 1 point of block there. But it's okay. We still have Weakest Link, and then we have Tripwire and Arsenal, which will still be a good setup for us. I think Andrew is playing more than 60 cards. 1, 5. They're running 62. So a little bit playing more into fatigue as well. So let's see if it works out for them. Blocking with Arcanic Shockwave. Okay. No blocks after that. We do have 1 floating for Sigil again. We do have CNC here. No Gogan on any of that, so they're probably going to pitch 2 to play CNC. Pretty good. So this sucks because we have to give up our Collapsing Trap. But I'm pretty content with it because we still have Tripwire in our arsenal. What did they give up? We could technically let it hit. So we can do a bait play here. Actually, we'll do that. So I think this is actually one of the times where you actually want to hit with Intoxicating Shot. Unless they draw CNC, then we're absolutely destroyed. But if this is actually a pretty good time to play Intoxicating Shot, I feel like. So the value of Collapsing Trap is pretty big. I want to get it into Graveyard as fast as I can because now every Murky Water will be on. And I can make this play more safely because they don't have Face Purgatory. So I feel a little bit more comfortable shooting the 5 here. The other alternative was just to block 6 and then swing E-Strike back and keep Tripwire. But being able to get Collapsing Trap against Aurora is so good, I think. So definitely going to be doing that. They're going to take 5. Okay, so there is the +1 and go again. Oh, we forgot to Arsenal. Oops. Sorry. Alright, we're going to go ahead and Arsenal. And we'll draw back up. Cool. So, we're not going to block the burn up part. We're going to go ahead and try to block all the physical here. Snatch for 5. Okay, we'll go ahead and block with balance. And then block with Collapsing Trap. So they have played a lightning card already, so they can use Aurora's instant speed to get a lightning token. But if they do that, then they're only drawing 1 card. And this is also a really cool feature of Balance of Justice Riptide. You can actually force them to discard 3 cards here, and once they discard 3, they draw 2 cards, and now your Balance of Justice is on. But Andrew's going to go ahead and activate Aurora. So he loses out on that. He loses out on that value there. I'm going to go ahead and use 1 Frailty Trap. Alright. So it's going to be pretty important for us to stop the burn up shock, which we did. So that's a really good turn from us. We were able to hit him with Collapsing Trap to end his really wide turn. So we're going to go ahead and swing another Debilitating On hit, Arsenal Frailty Trap, and we'll be off to the races again. They do have Embodiment of Lightning, so if they end up playing like a Snatch at Arsenal, the Frailty Trap will block it pretty cleanly. We do have Barring Bolt as well. See what they play here. Electrostatic Discharge is a buff that does not proc Remorseless, so that's pretty clean. They're going to swing Starfall first. Okay. I think this is smart because if you have an attack, you should always swing Starfall first. But unfortunately, he does not do that, so that won't be bad. So I kind of want to take cover, so I'm going to go ahead and block with Warmongers. And we have already taken the damage off the Arcanic Shockwave Arcane, so it doesn't matter as much for us to block out damage here. This is pretty worth it because Starfall only swings for 1 go again now because of Frailty. I think you always want to swing with Starfall first, just because you don't want to waste the Frailty token. You don't want the frailty token to affect your Starfall. So you want to be able to play it first, and then if they do block Starfall with frailty, you kind of lose that value on blocking that way. So Battering Bolt, the sole reason why I'm playing it, I love it into Aurora. Hopefully it is a turn where they have a bunch of instances, a bunch of non-actions, somersaults, electrostatic discharge. That's all good stuff for me to go ahead and discard. They're going to go ahead and use some armor here to cover up some stuff. So it's already a good sign that this Battering Bolt is going to be hurting. Once again, thank you everybody for tuning in. I'll go ahead and throw up the deck list one more time just in case anyone wants to see it in its during its action. That is the deck list right now. So the on hits. Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter because all their stuff is actions. They do have a burn up shock. So we'll go ahead and let that burn up hit. Snatch for 4. We'll go ahead and block with Sink Below here. We'll sink this card. And I believe he's going to throw CNC at us. Yeah, what we should have done is actually... cool. And then he still has enough for Tunic and CNC here. Wait, what? Oh, what? I went past reactions. Whoops. So I can actually just save equipment here, I think, and just Arsenal Erase Face, which I think is not a bad play. I could keep the tempo and use my equipment to block, but he's on not a 5-card hand, and I'm okay with just passing here. Having Erase Face as an offensive option down the line. I could use it there, or I can use Murky Water now too. Do I have 3 traps? 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I do have 4 traps, so I can choose from 4. Gonna be pretty good. Flittering Charge, sure. I'll say no blocks to this one. They're gonna play Lightning Valley now. I'm gonna go ahead and sink. So the four blocks already coming in clutch, just because now I'm able to put this one at the bottom. Able to do all this. So it's gonna be pretty awkward. Oh, there's Static Shock. So they could have Lightning Press. If they do have Lightning Press, that could be pretty bad for us. We don't have a reaction to play around it, so I don't think we will. Oh, okay, it was a Starfall. So we could block out here fully and then just swing Erase Face. I think that's what is going to be the play. And save our equipment even more. Yeah, I could block here and use all my equipment to block, but I don't think it's worth it. They do get to keep Channel Lightning Valley, which is pretty clutch. So now they're thinking if they want to shoot the Static Shock, which they do. I'll go ahead and block out. And now we'll go ahead and erase the face. We also have a resource here, super good, to pay the 1 just in case they play Sigil of Suffering. If they end up playing Sigil of Suffering, we're able to pay 1 and only blocks for 3, so it'll be pretty clutch. They can't just give like Grasp of the Arknight and a Sigil of Suffering to stop it now. Alright, looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. We're forcing through the Lightning Greaves block. Alright, we're blocking with Current Funnel, never mind. Cool. We'll go ahead and pass back. We do have another hand. We do have 1 0 cost attack in here. 2. They're both intoxicating shots. So Codex isn't as great here. So this 4 is probably guaranteed to hit, unfortunately. Just because we don't have a means to play around it. So I'm going to block with Murky Water. just to get like the block through. If they end up playing Blink, or yeah, it's gonna be Blink. Sweet. So they get the Lightning Valley trigger as well as the Gone and Flash back to hand. I'll take 1 damage. So you should do it in resolution. Do it in resolution. Okay, we'll go to the start of this turn. So we'll go ahead and block with Murky Water again. Do it now. There we go. Sick. And now we are off to the races. So they did draw 1 card. If I do find a blue here, I can block with these 2 cards. The 2 here is good. They're probably trying to keep Lightning Valley around for a 3rd turn. Okay. Sweet. So yeah, let's go ahead and swing. Why did I pitch that? We'll go ahead and swing a Race Face here and Arsenal E-Strike. And yeah, we'll have an option to swing next turn as well with E-Strike. So this is going to be all the equipment block here. After this, they only have Tunic left. So we've kind of gone through all the armor. So this is pretty good. Aurora does have a lot of armor to go through. But I think after this, we should be able to kind of get through everything. Forcing another block. They do have Channel Lightning Valley still. But forcing another block through it is pretty good. Keeping them off the 5-card hand going into the turn with Valley is pretty good. Yeah, Raceface has been doing work against these heroes. Good thing I have 3 foil copies. I had it all the way back then since Uprising. I remember when they were just a measly under $10. Oh my god, now we're just drawing them like crazy. So Arc Lightning is going to be pretty good. Unfortunately, I don't think we can stop all the Arcane because we don't have a blue. So I'm going to go ahead and take it and let the card draw come through. So he plays a 2nd Lightning Valley. So you have to play... You can't... Okay, I don't know if I should explain. But, so you can't play Lightning Valley in resolution because it's already resolving the first time you do damage. So you have to play it in response to Arc Lightning so that you the 1 Arcane effect comes through. And you draw a card. So this is for... Go again? Yeah. We'll go ahead and Frailty Trap here. So we still don't have a good target for Codex because we don't have a way to get 2 resources to be able to play a Race Face. And they still have only drawn 1 card this turn. So let's see what they got next. They still don't have any lightning cards in their zone there. So I think a Starfall's coming in hot soon. So if they end up just Starfalling here and passing, we could actually E-Strike go again into... You played Channel in Resolution Step. Okay. Yeah, just wanted to confirm there. He played... Yeah, he was confused why he didn't draw a card. It was because he played it in Resolution Step. Yeah, so you have to play the 2nd Arc Lightning now. So you know for sure. We do know that he has Arc Lightning. We unfortunately don't have a blue card to help pitch for it. So I think we just let the 2 card draws go through. But now our balance is also on. If we had a blue, I would definitely feel more happy about pitching for it. But unfortunately, we didn't have the blue, so I don't feel as secure being able to stop all the Arcane that's going to happen this turn. But we will draw off balance now. Then we find our blue. Cool. Now I'm a little bit more content heading into this turn. Sweet. And then I will be pitching this blue to stop the arcane now. Why couldn't the blue be in my hand before the 2 card draws? The world may never know. So we're going to take the 1 since Frailty Trap hits. Cool, cool, cool. This is second strike. We'll go ahead and block 3. So we're mitigating a lot of damage here, which is good. And stopping a whole bunch of arcane with this plan for the worst. So that's good. I really wish we had a better card to block with. But I'm pretty content with Erase Face again. And now if they have the blue, a blue to swing Grasp and... nope. Okay, no Lightning Valleys left. So we'll go ahead and play our Erase Face. So not too bad of a double Lightning Valley turn. We gave them 2 card draws, but we ended up being able to mitigate a lot of damage with the blue we drew off balance. And then now we are still able to threaten an Erase Face to the face. And they don't have a lot of armor here. So a lot of the lightning cards turned off here. Aurora can still be turned, still have pretty good turns with like all the commons or all the generic stuff like Enlightened Strike and Snatch and stuff, but it turns off a lot of her power plays like Channel Lightning Valley, Arc Lightning. I guess Arc Lightning doesn't really matter, but yeah, stuff like that. Her hero ability, her star falls off, some pretty good stuff. So they're blocking. They're probably just going to be 2 cards CNCing us, which we're more than happy with. And Twilight Lightning cannot fuse, unfortunately. So here, we actually have a pretty good play. We can E-Strike go again, and then Codex with the blue, and then go get whatever trap we may need. So we're going to block 3, we'll take 2. So we're going to E-Strike go again here. And then after this, we'll be able to pitch Dreadbore, get 2 floating, and then Codex, we'll get CNC, we can go get Erase Face, Battering Bolt even, so I'm pretty sure he's going to be taking the 5 here. I don't know actually what's best to get. Erase Face might be generically the best one to get, just because it turns off her sword and her Aurora hero ability. So we'll see. I guess we'll see. I think I'm going to go get Erase Face, though. Command and Conquer will always generically be good, but sometimes they just have Lightning Valley anyway. So I'm more... if they don't have all the Lightning Valleys out already, then I'm more inclined to go get CNC. But it does feel bad when they use CNC and then they just have Lightning Valley anyway. So they still have 1 left, so I definitely want to probably get Erase Face. And then we'll pitch to activate Dreadbore. We'll play the Massive Codex here. We'll go get our good old boy Erase Face. So we choose Erase Face over Battering Bolt, over Murky Water, and over CNC just because of its on-hit. It'll be pretty debilitating for them to use their entire hand. Pretty unlikely that they can use their entire hand now, especially with no Lightning Token right now. If they had a Lightning Token, I'd be more... considerate to probably getting like Murky Water or CNC. But Erase Face is pretty good right now since they have nothing set up. Alright, looks like we're taking 6. Alright, let's see how well Aurora does with no lightning in the name. So we're cracking Lightning Greaves. Every instant you play is now an action. Okay, cool. So this is 3 from Arsenal. I'm going to go ahead and block 3. So none of these are lightning cards. Even though they might play those lightning cards, they won't. Okay, cool. So there's 2 action points. They still have Gone in a Flash, but they don't have a way to... So 4 again. So here I'm considering just blocking with Remorseless. And then this turn I can still CNC if I want. But I can always have the option of just Trenching, shooting Searing Shot, and then just Arsenal Tripwire. Cool. So they're going to play it for the 3rd time, sorry. They can't make the lightning token, but they can grasp the Arknight, yeah. So there's the last one. We're going to go ahead and take everything here, and we'll be content with just shooting Steering Shot here. So Race Face doing pretty good there. There was a Steering Shot and a Blink. So we're going to go ahead and take this as well. No on hit because they haven't played a lightning. There was no lightning this turn. So Race Face was pretty good. It stopped a lot of value there. They could have swung Sword. They could have made a lightning token. +1 damage from the Static Shock. Battering Bolt would have been decent as well. But, oh, blocking with Arc Lightning. Wow. That's when you know that your hand is bad, when you're blocking with Arc Lightning. Alright, so we shoot 5. We have enough pressure to gain the tempo back with the Tripwire and Arsenal. We have the massive Battering Bolt coming in. E-Strike, draw a card. Alright. We'll go ahead and get the value off this here. Tripwire. Okay, cool. The question is, do I shoot the Battering Bolt for 11 to get the tempo, or am I just content with 7? I'm pretty content with just 7, and then having Tar Pit as a failsafe. Shooting for 11 can be pretty good. They still might have Valley and stuff. I think I'm just going to be content shooting for 7 here. We'll save it for like a more dire turn. I think still shooting for 7 is pretty good. Being able to keep Tar Pit will be pretty good as well, just in case they have go again. And Battering Bolt is very good against Aurora, but it's not always guaranteed to be insane. But this is still going to be pretty lethal if it ends up connecting, because if they discard anything, they go to 1. Tar Pit will trigger and kill them. So looks like they ended up blocking here. Maybe triggering a Somersault. Any auras in hand, any instances in hand would have to be played now. That includes stuff like Blink. The on hit's coming through, so they have to discard. I would play the lightning. Okay, am I typing? Okay, let me go back. Play the lightning cards so you don't take damage. Yeah, so the reason why you want to play the lightning cards, even if they don't matter, is because even though you'll discard, yeah, so Somersault and the shark. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. So you'll only have to discard the other one, and you'll still have E-Strike though. So it'll discard that one, and I'll be able to Arsenal Tick Cover. Sweet. So Starfall for 1 here. We'll say no blocks because we're able to E-Strike into CNC here, which would be pretty devastating. And they discarded the last Sigil, so no worries about having to have pitch up anymore. We'll go CNC here. Pretty good CNC. Hopefully they don't have any blocks anymore. Aurora is also running pretty low on cards here. Alright, no blocks. Looks like they have Sigil. Going down to 1. We destroy the current funnel that they arsenaled. Now they're down at 1. Static Shock. We'll go ahead and take cover. No arsenal. Won't really matter what we play, but we'll go ahead and play CNC. Unfortunately, we couldn't really use our long draw half glove there. The most damage we can do is 6, no matter what array we chose. CNC being the best because it doesn't allow for reactions. But I don't think they have any reactions anymore anyway. Snatch, okay. So we can actually do something pretty cool here. Take cover, do this, and we'll ping them for 1. So the 1 damage kills. It always asks if you want to play after. GG's. Actually, we'll full rematch just in case they want a sideboard. Okay, no sideboard. All right, off to the races we go. Then I'm just gonna pass here, and hopefully they decide to want to play something. They do not, so no harm done. Pass. Probably want to play Sigil. Sure. I'll go ahead and play this out now. So yeah, Sigil turn 0, pretty good. Yeah, I always want to draw it. That was a great card to draw. Okay, let's see what they got. Let's see if they had anything. Snatch. Oh, they're keeping that. I don't understand why, but we can talk about it after. We also drew Plan for the Worst. Amazing stuff so far. We can kind of showcase how good Plan for the Worst is. If we ended up blocking with all of our traps here, and then blocking with E-Strike, we can do Plan for the Worst, go get Collapsing, and then set up for that. And then the Seek and Destroy effect is really good, so we keep them off the 5-card hand. What is your win rate into Aurora? Pretty good. Currently, I've been doing pretty well. Right now, we're 2-0 on this deck. 1-0 on the stream. We're 2-0 on this specific deck. And I think I'm 6-0 on my other deck, the one that I played at the ProQuest. I can kind of show you after this game how well we're doing into Aurora. I'm going to go ahead and use Plan for the Worst to stop the damage there. We'll take the 2 here. Any advice for Aurora players playing into Riptide? Ooh, I don't know if I want to be helping, other decks into my favorite hero. Okay. I don't think it works like that, unfortunately. You got to play it in reactions. Cool. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't work like that, but I'll go ahead and E-Strike, buff power. Okay, and we'll keep this for Sigil's Suffering, just in case. But I would say for Aurora, so Riptide really struggles against arcane damage, so obviously putting in Flicker Wisp is going to be a really good decision. Yeah, I would say just like try your best to be aggressive. If you are kind of too slow out of the gate, he can definitely disrupt you pretty hard. He has a lot of tools to disrupt you, especially if they're playing Erase Face. So yeah, just a lot of things to consider. I would say, okay, I would say just be as aggressive as you can and try to innate your game plan. If you can manage to pick stack as well, your Flicker Wisp Arc Lightning combo, that could be a pretty lethal way to kind of swing the game in your favor, being able to do 2 arcane over and over and over. Riptide can usually only just block 1 because of Trench, so it's going to be pretty good. Not sure why they played the 1. Maybe because they want to keep Lightning Valley around, maybe. Yeah, so I guess it was to keep the Lightning Valley around. So yeah. We ended up doing that. This is go again. So our hand is pretty awkward because we can't swing anything after. There's probably going to be another on hit after this, so we'll probably save the take cover for that just in case it's Snatch or something more threatening. We can go ahead and use it on that. I think this turn so far has been Snatch and E-Strike, so they can't use the Lightning Hero token yet. But maybe they end up making a Rune Chant and then swinging Starfall. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take 5. Maybe the game's bugging out. Not sure. There we go. Draw a card. I forgot. I honestly forgot Lightning Valley is around. strike. This is also a draw card. So they're hoping for a lightning blue. In that case, if they get the lightning blue, we'll go ahead and reload Remorseless. So we can play Remorseless here. And it's not too threatening of a non-hit, but you know, you never know if they end up playing a bunch of attack action cards. Alright, looks like we're taking the Remorseless. So Remorseless is active. It'll be doing a tons of damage here if we can get it to go through. Alright, never mind. Wrong card to buy. We're gonna go ahead and do that. So we are using Sigil of Suffering from Arsenal. Okay, never mind. We're using Lightning Greaves this turn, that's why. Boom, 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 boom. Man, if we are using Lightning Greaves, that means that we're going to be taking a lot of damage here from Remorseless. All right. Let me put it in the chat again what our Riptide testing record is so far. So far, we are 2-1 into Dash.io. We're going to try to play 3 games against every hero. And then we're going to be 1-0 currently into Aurora. So we're going to try to get 3 games. Yeah, so we're going to try to get in 3 games each into each aggro hero. So 9 games in total. Whole bunch of grinding. And then try to get there. Just to make sure. Looks like they're thinking about their turn pretty hard. Okay, so we're just going to start with Gone in a Flash. Classic, the classic. I'm going to sink below the first one. Put a card there. Now we have the blue. Of course, blink. So now we have 2 action points. Gone in a Flash again. I am incentivized. No blocks. Let's see what happens. Blink again. Jesus. I don't know if that second blink is worth it. Oh, maybe they have a blue already. I would, yeah. Let's see, I guess. I'm not sure how the turn's working out. They still have Tunic, so they can Tunic and use Starfall if they want. We still are able to swing Weakest Link, which is really important into them. They're probably going to want to block too. If they have like Lightning Valley or Electrostatic Discharge. Cool. Here's the 2. I'll go ahead and block 2 on equipment. Give them the balance just in case. Static Discharge into second strike. This has go again, so I'll go ahead and block Tar Pit. Second Tar Pit. So double ping. And we'll take 1. And they'll play the last Gone in the Flash. We'll take 4. Okay, so they took a bunch of damage off Remorseless. They block with Lightning Greaves just to get the block off, I guess. But we're able to swing Weakest Link here, and hopefully they have a instant in hand or something in hand that they're forced to play right now. This is also why people, I think, are off Sigil of Lightning. Just because they're on Electrify now. But I can still see some merit in Sigil of Lightning. Just kind of going for the all-in Lightning game plan. Sweet. If you're tuning in for the stream for the first time now, welcome in. We're just jamming some Riptide games, hopefully trying to get some dubs. Testing to see if Riptide can survive our new aggro Overlords. We're currently doing pretty well right now, but we're hoping to come out positive against each hero. So we're already 2-1 into Dash, and we're hoping to be at least positive here into Aurora. We're currently 1-0. Yeah, this is Just some good old weakest link. You know, you never know if they have anything to swing with. Or anything to swing with and then, or sorry, block with, and then use electromagnetic somersault on. That was pretty good for us. We're going to go ahead and just use Sink Below. No, I'm good. And we're going to filter a card here. So we're filtering pretty hard here for... we're trying to filter pretty hard for a collapsing trap, basically. So this is going to be 7. They went ahead and just blocked the weakest link. They probably have an instant arsenal then, if that's what that means. The Sink Belows and everything is actually coming in pretty clutch here. Being able to block all these 4 attacks. We do draw the collapsing trap, so that's going to be pretty good for us. So we want to play the Pitfall first. Definitely. So this is going to be how much? Go again. Okay, cool. So we'll go ahead and move to reactions. We're going to play Pitfall first. See if they pay the 2. If they don't pay the 2, they don't pay the 2. Oh, I'm still waiting. If they do pay the 2, then we're going to go ahead and collapsing trap, and they just have Starfall left over. If they don't pay the 2, they take 2, and then now they are subject to collapsing trap. Passed. Okay. I'll go ahead and Pitfall collapsing trap now. So this is a pretty good collapsing trap. If they respond with Channel Lightning Valley, then that's okay. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and discard that. Sweet. And then they'll go ahead and swing Starfall after. We'll go ahead and tripwire now. No difference in damage of what we blocked or not. And then we're able to do this and Codex. So our Codex will get weakest link here, I think. Just because it's the most innately powerful card. And then Remorseless doesn't have its arsenal sort of disruption. Or sorry, arsenal prevention of D-reacts because it's not loaded in face up. So we're going to go ahead and use weakest link just to force out any instances on their turn. And they in total have to have a weaker turn. They're also deciding on what to get. Most of their 3 attacks will now swing in, or 4 attacks was now swinging for 3. So they're just definitely all below rate. Unfortunately, no CNCs in here. You can't really get Arc Lightning or Channel Lightning Valley. Some of your power cards in Lightning, you have to get like an attack. So it probably will be Inline Striker gone and Flash. Yeah, end up being that. Interesting, discarding the Sigil of Suffering. I would definitely keep the Sigil of Suffering to ping me for 1 there. Not sure of the reason, but E-Strike. I believe they'll choose draw a card. Yep. So we're going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and Tarpit Trap. I'm going to pass. Okay, cool. I'll go ahead and do this. So now I'll shoot Endless Arrow. If it hits, it'll come back to my hand. And then here we can go ahead and close the chain and use our quiver here even more so. And Arsenal Intoxicating Shots. So I think they're going to sink Arsenal. Nope, they're filtering their hand. Cool. So I can actually only get Remorseless, I think. Kind of want to shuffle my deck right here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. It's the last Remorseless in my hand. Yeah, I'm going to keep Remorseless in there. I'm just going to do this as a shuffle deck. Just to get some traps coming. Arsenal this and pass. Let's see what they have in terms of a response here. So we always have Endless Arrows a way to swing. If we want to block out with all of our cards, we can just swing Endless Arrow after. We're still at 17, so we're pretty healthy here. We're doing pretty well into Aurora at the moment. So yeah, still doing good. Gonna make a rune chant to start. Always like to see that. I personally think that making rune chants off an arc lightning turn just shows that Aurora, is having a weaker turn, not a power turn. So good news to start from us. Hopefully we'll get a bit better here. So I don't know if any more arcanes coming, so I'm not gonna waste the one block. Okay, so they are gonna play Lightning Valley. So I will be blocking arcane here. So I'll block one just in case. And they currently don't have a lightning to get go again so far. So there's that. But let's see how it goes, I guess. They have played the lightning card, so they can use their... Okay, we're doing the turn over. I just realized this deck sucks. I think Riptide just is... Yeah, I don't... So, Andrew thinks that Aurora sucks. I personally think Aurora is one of my favorite heroes to play right now. She's super strong. Obviously, Riptide has a really good matchup into her because everything's just like a insane on-hit, and traps are pretty OP too. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see. So he's gonna swing Starfall. So he plays Lightning Valley. You could play Starfall now. So we're gonna trench. So here you swing your sword without it, so they don't know you have Lightning Valley. Probably pretty likely that you have Lightning Valley always, but you always want to not let people play around it, or make people play around it so they don't have information. I think Andrew's just newer on the deck too, so no faults on him, but you could always just swing, make a rune chant, swing sword for 1-1. Obviously, they probably think you have Lightning Valley or some sort of instant, but then it's more hidden information. I will go ahead and clash in the go again, just in case they don't have go again value here. They are going to keep Lightning Valley around, so it's already going to be pretty bad for us. Yeah, we're trapping up, we're blocking up. Hopefully we can hit some good stuff here. Off this CNC if they end up... Oh, there's the blink. Aurora. Okay. And pass. Yep, I guess that was the turn. We'll go ahead and shoot Remorseless here because Remorseless will be 6 this turn. It's not guaranteed to be 6 next turn because if we arsenal it, there's no way to get the +1 damage from Dreadbore. So we will need to place this here. We can play CNC for 6 next turn anyway. So yeah, just being able to do that now is pretty good. Just cash in the value. This is always easier to play. If there is a 2-pitch card in our hand like Tar Pit or Codex, we can always play CNC. Okay, so we can block pretty well here. So we can block pretty well if it's all 4 attacks. We're going to start off by blocking with this one, though. Is that better? I don't know. We'll go ahead and do it. Why not? We want to pressure every turn. Okay, so we're going to do that first. Sure. Okay, so I block with CNC and then take cover. So we're forcing through some damage first, and then we'll be able to Perch Grapplers. There's the second strike. So I think I will let him draw a card just to be able to swing CNC. So pretty unfortunate, but we'll go ahead and give him the damage. He can't keep Lightning Valley around anyway. We'll go ahead and swing CNC. He only has 1 block left on his grasp. So this is still a really good on hit. It has to give at least 2 cards to be able to block this. And we have Tripwire that will do an automatic damage next turn too. So pretty good start from us. Pretty good ending here from us so far. Gonna take 2. Destroy Garner Flash. Go ahead and arsenal this guy. And now we're off to the races. Fuse with Flittering Charge. Not bad. We'll go ahead and block 4. We'll go down to 1. Why are we paying for it? Just swing 4. Okay. We'll go ahead and shoot a battering bolt here. So he has to give 3 cards here. He can use a defense reaction from Arsenal, which should be okay for me because probably it's only Sigil of Suffering. So I can still be able to pitch for it to not take damage from the Sigil of Suffering. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Arsenal pass. They're just going to throw a Snatch. We'll go ahead and block like this. Lightning Press, it's okay. Okay, so we'll go E-Strike, go again. So now we're in the end game here. Here's 5 go again, and we'll end it on a good old weakest link. And that should grab full tempo, if not win the game for us. He could also somersault here too, so that could always be an issue. There's a somersault. So we get the 2 cards back. And then we still swing this guy. Somersault, clutch there. It's taking 1. Probably has an instant still in hand. Somersaults again. That's funny. Alright, GG's. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright. We'll go do a 4 rematch. So we're currently 2-0 into Aurora. We're doing pretty good for ourselves. We're, I think, 3-0 lifetime on this deck. And then for my other deck for Riplander that I played at the ProQuest season, I tested a bunch of Aurora on that one as well. And I believe I was also 3-1 there. Yeah. So I've been doing pretty well into Aurora. Doing pretty good for myself. Just, you know, I think Riptide, when you tech for Aurora, you can have all these debilitating on hits, and it just gets really annoying to play against. Sweet. Hopefully we can get one more game out of Andrew here. Alright. We'll go ahead and choose first. Well, he gets choice, I guess. Alright, guys. I'm going to be right back one more time. I think I heard something out there that I need to go handle. So I will be right back. It won't be 5 minutes. I'll just be right back real quick. Alright guys, welcome back. Sorry I had to step away from the stream a little bit. We're going to go ahead and get into game 3 of Aurora here. We have one more game of Aurora left, and then we have 3 more games of Viscerai, and we can see and do a little bit of a recap based off of how we did today. So we'll go ahead and go back to here. Sweet, hopefully everyone's still doing okay. Alright, so we're just doing a setup turn here. We're giving up a burn-up shot and a second strike, so that's pretty interesting. I am going to go ahead and use a Remorseless here, just in case that was a Sigil of Suffering that they ended up using there. So Remorseless is just a generically good attack to kind of throw at people, especially Aurora, some aggro decks, just because the -1 health is so prevalent and so good against people that go wide. So we're gonna go ahead and use that over Erase Face. It also gets around the Sigil of Suffering. That could be an arsenal. So pretty good. Just no D-Rax overall. So we're taking the whole bunch and we're gonna be arsenaling our Erase Face. We're gonna start off with Static Shock, sorry. So we'll go ahead and say no blocks here. Reactions. I am going to be sending probably Battering Bolts. I already have Remorseless. I'm probably going to send the other Remorseless down just so that I can try to find the blue. Okay, so we're playing the Lightning Valley now. We'll go ahead and sink below. Then we found the blue. Cool. And we found the blue, so that's going to be pretty good for us. Going to be swinging Starfall here. So they do get to keep it around. They can't make the lightning token, which is good for us. So I think I'm going to take 2 here. Unfortunately, they get the card draw, but I'm pretty happy with my hand. And I'm tempted to block more. Alright, so thank goodness we saved it, because now we can actually block out and swing it back with a good old Erase Face here. And then if Erase Face hits, they definitely can't keep Lightning Valley around, just because there's no lightning cards anymore, and it won't satisfy the lightning qualifications. So pretty good. If you're just tuning into the chat for the first time, again, just to make sure, I'm going to go ahead and post the Riptide deck list one more time, just in case anyone's coming in for the first time and hasn't seen it yet. So if you want to stay along and check out what we're playing today, this is going to be the Riptide deck that we're trying out against all these aggro lists right here. Maybe we're lagging. Nope. It's just waiting on Andrew's end. Yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by as well. Really appreciate everyone just coming in, hanging out, just playing some Talishar. Next week we're gonna try to do something not Riptide related, just because we've done 2 Riptide things in a row. So next week look for something else. It might not even be Classic Constructed. It might be something else. So definitely stay tuned. So this is a pretty awkward hand. There's no way for me to reload both traps, or any trap in that case. So I do need to block with some of my endless arrows and whatnot. It'd probably be very important to stop the draw card off Lightning Valley here. Okay, so we're gonna go with that. Okay, they're gonna Aurora. Okay, they use armor to block like this, which is weird. So I will say Pitfall is worse because they have Tunic up. So usually I like keeping Tripwire over Pitfall unless they're off Tunic counter. Pitfall really shines against Aurora when because Aurora's pitch is so like perfect with her Starfall and her hero ability, basically catching up with the blue. So if you're able to get her off Tunic, Pitfall will almost always be there to get you 2 more value, especially if they used everything already, like the blue pitch for Starfall and to get go again to enable their turn. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. We went 2-0 start into -IO as well, so we're 2-0 here against Okay, we're just going to go ahead and do that. So I'll go ahead and E-strike this Pitfall Trap. I'm going to go ahead and give it a go again, and then I'll Arsenal Endless Arrow here. So we don't have any on-hits that are pretty bad innately, but we do just present 9 damage, get the Endless Arrow back, and we're able to Arsenal Tripwire if we need to. So we are able to use more of our hand. Usually Riptide pretty much struggles into heroes that kind of just like are able to just take a turn off and set up. Sometimes Riptide will struggle because he can't throw anything or he can't do a lot with his hand because of the traps. So being able to kind of mitigate that is pretty good. Alright, looks like we're taking 5. So we're going to throw Endless as well. See if the Endless Arrow hits here. Alright, looks like they're also taking the Endless Arrow, so I'll have it in hand. But I am going to be arsenaling Tripwire. Unfortunately, we have another Tripwire. But that is the law of the land there. So we're going to go ahead and take up Burn Up Shock. No Lightning Valleys here. This is going to be go again. Yeah. Going to take 1 damage. So we definitely want to block out all of the physical if we can. So we're going to go ahead and play Tripwire here. Oh, I don't know what the play is. I think he might be. Can. I swear, everybody, we play this game. We definitely play Flesh and Blood. Yeah, Andrew's just confused. He kind of wants to use the Tunic counter to stop the Tripwire Trap. So yeah, he's just a bit confused about it. So hopefully we can clear that up and move along the chain. Yeah, Andrew confused. He thought Tripwire Trap was the entire chain. So yeah, I swear we play this game, guys. I swear. That's just goes to show how good Riptide is. No one reads his cards, so that's why Riptide's so broken. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and block like this. Do a no pay. And there's the snatch. We will go ahead and block as such. With Endless. Alright, I'll go ahead and swing CNC. It's better to CNC here over Codex because Codex can only get you a 1 cost, and we also get to keep Tripwire Trap, which is pretty good. We could swing Remorseless, but CNC is always good, especially when they have Crown of Providence down. It's always really good. Alright, do we have the somersaults? No somersault. Okay, we're going to go ahead and arsenal then. There's our good old friend. Unfortunately, I think he might be a pitch card for our Command and Conquer, but I guess we'll see. Alright, we're going to go ahead and use it for this. Alright, we got a lot of 4 attacks here. Looks like they fuse with Gone in a Flash, so this is going to be 4. Twine again, fused. Go ahead and play Take Cover, Arsenal Tripwire. Go ahead and do that. So we just kept blocking 4, pretty good stuff. And now we're able to play CNC here. I think he swung 3-4 attacks, and I blocked with 3-4 blocks. Pretty funny. Alright, we're swinging CNC here. Should be a pretty good one, unless they have Lightning Valley. All of our tripwires are gone. But we've been swinging a lot of the 2-cost attacks, like Erase Face. I think we blocked with the Battering Bolt because we didn't have enough pitch. We didn't E-Strike go again into Endless Arrow, and then that turn 0 and Remorseless was pretty good too. I'm gonna take 4. It was Arc Lightning. Wow, we got an Arc Lightning out. That's really good for us. Okay, discharge. So Lightning Valley is revealed. We'll go ahead and block 3. Reactions. Okay, so no reaction. So I'm going to go ahead and take the damage. So if they don't react with Channel Lightning Valley, then they won't get the draw because it has to be in reactions. So they're going to go ahead and save Lightning Valley, it looks like. So I'll save Take Cover for it. Yeah, if they end up playing Lightning Valley, I would definitely play out the Take Cover. Just to cover it up, but I think we're happy with saving Take Cover here just in case this next turn ends up being a big one too. But we do have Battering Bolt coming in, so pretty insane card to find. Tattle down. I'll be taking Riptide to our PQ on Saturday, so it's really helpful to see you play the deck against aggro heroes. Yeah, Tattle, we've been talking a little bit on DMs too about this deck. Yeah, I'm really excited to try to take this to one of my PQs as well. I'm on the offense. Like, I kind of want to play Aurora, but I also really like I really like Riptide right now too. I mean, I always like Riptide. When is Riptide not a good decision to make? But it's always fun trying to play Riptide. So we're gonna go ahead and pitch a Plan for the Worst and shoot him with Murky Water. I don't even know if I have enough. I do. I have all the tripwires. So if this hits, I can just go get a tripwire trap. It's pretty clutch. I can get a tripwire. I think actually I only have 3 tripwires. Those are the only 3 traps I have in my deck right now. So this might be a Lightning Greaves block here. Looks like he wants to save the value. Yeah, I'm tattle down. What made you want to start playing Riptide? What's the music? I just have some generic music going in the background. If it bothers you guys, let me know. I can always turn it off. But I just have some generic music going on. Ooh, okay. So we can have a pretty good turn here. We can definitely make a giant Battering Bolt. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and do this and this. And then we'll be able to pitch this. Play Codex. And then before Codex resolves, cool trick. Riptide will resolve first, so you do that, and then you trench. So now you basically got all the cards out of your hand. You don't have to discard anything, and you can shoot a giant Battering Bolt at them for 10. Jonathan, welcome in, man. How's it going? Hopefully you like the music. Hopefully I made a good choice and have fine taste. You know, sounds like it's a cowboy song right now or something. There's the blink. 6-2. Cool. Go ahead and draw off our Codex. We have Weakest Link. Very cool. Usually playing Levia, but didn't feel too comfortable with her in the current meta. I love the mid-range style of Riptide right now, and it's a deck that many people don't seem to expect. Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people don't expect Riptide just because it's such a hard, it's kind of a hard deck to play. It's a hard deck to like account for as well because it's so versatile. There's so many different versions of him. That's hard to like account for every single one. So I do want to quiver here. We're going to go ahead and get back these guys. Yeah. Shuffle my deck up a little bit. Hopefully put Collapsing Trap at the top. Alright, so this is going to be a big bait for me. So I'm going to go ahead and block like this, and hopefully they Tunic Starfall. Hopefully it pays off. Nope, didn't pay off. Okay. Andrew decided, screw that, I'm not going to use my Tunic to get this extra Starfall value. Nope, that's not what I want to do. So we're going to do this one. So this time around I still have all the tripwires. how's the listen to slower decks like Victor, Verdance, and Florian? Yeah, so into slower decks, you can tech for slower decks right now. This deck is very teched. If you check out the link I posted in the chat, it's actually very teched for aggro decks right now, with all the 4 blocks and just like erase face and stuff, which only really matters against those type of heroes. But you can definitely tech the deck to be a little bit stronger into whatever deck you think is best. So yeah, definitely, it's all personal preference. We're gonna go ahead and deny that. One damage. Yeah, you can definitely tech more with like Remembrance. You can do Poison the Well if you think your meta is full of people that want to play Count Your Blessings. There's a lot of different ways you can tech Riptide, which is cool. Right now, very tech for aggro, just because I'm trying to see if this deck keeps up with all the aggro decks that just came out. The Runeblades taking over, and then whatnot like that. So yeah, here's a big turn. Since what we're talking about, Flicker Wisp into Arc Lightning. So this is a really big turn from Aurora because she can do so much damage here. So Andrew's pretty good to set it up here. Here's the Sizzle. So I'm going to be taking a lot of Arcane here. Ooh, E-Strike though. Draw a card. So Sizzle plus this will be 8. Ooh, we should play the Sizzle first. Okay, so we're going to Tunic Starfall here. So we'll go ahead and block here. Actually, sorry. We're going to go ahead and block with Sink below. And then Sink probably Command and Conquer. So this is going to be a lot of damage from Andrew. We'll go ahead and Sink here. Let's see. So yeah, to answer your question, Armageddon, you can definitely tech it with certain cards to make those matchups better. Now that's interesting. I think we'll do it. We'll go ahead and do the E-Strike, the Collapsing Trap here, just to stop him from having so much go again. If he doesn't draw a blue here, it'll be pretty good because he's basically out of things to play. So no blue means that we lessen the damage of all this Arcane, Arc Lightning stuff. If he does have the blue, he can make a Grasp of the Arc Knight, 2 Arcane, and then it'll just get worse. Okay, so we're making an Aurora instead. Very interesting choice. Yeah. I made top 8 into a 30-man PQ with Riptide. I played the aggressive plan. Yeah, good job, Nick. Glad you played Riptide. Did you play the New Horizon version? Was that the aggro list that you were on? I remember playing it back then too. It was super fun. But just wondering what type of build you were on. I would love to hear more. Looks like we're blocking here. Maybe Sigil Suffering. Nope, no Sigil Suffering. Looks like it's Arc Lightning and Flittering Charge. So we're going to go ahead and see with Go again to start. Always good. Looks like we have to block here, unfortunately. And then if he swings that one, he's going to die, unfortunately. Let me link? Sure. Yeah, if you want to watch. So we're going to go ahead and win here, just because he can't pay the 1. All right, cool. We were 3-0 into Aurora. Pretty good. All right, so Riptide up tremendous. Looks like he is weathering the storm of anti-aggro so far. It's looking pretty good. Right now we are, let's see, just confirm. We're doing pretty good today. 13-2 today, just playing overall. I practiced a little bit before. The deck looks like it's humming on all cylinders, or firing on all cylinders, I guess is the saying. Humming on all cylinders, Jesus. We were 2-1 into Dash.io. Testing into Alexander 4, and then we're also 3-0 now into Aurora Shooting Star. So we're going to end the day on some Viscerai games. We're going to get hopefully some quicker Viscerai games in here, and then we'll be able to end the night saying that we were positive into aggro, hopefully. So we're going to reload back up, get another game in. All right. and then we're gonna send. I believe Andrew's gonna play Viscerai. He plays a lot more Viscerai than Aurora, so this one might be a little bit faster. Aurora, not that Andrew played bad or anything, but they're I just had all the tools to kind of stop him. And I'm sure he's never played Aurora versus Riptide before, so it was definitely a tough one, a tough hill to overclimb there. So Viscerai is a little bit harder than most, just because it's hard to kind of block out everything, especially when they have so much arcane damage. So we're going to try our best to kind of counteract that today. Let's see. They're going to be going first, so they already have beating us to the punch. Let's see. Yeah. Nick, if you want to go ahead and send a list. You can also DM me on Discord if you don't want to post in chat. You can DM me on Discord. My name is Anthony Pham from the H Pro team, so you can always do that. From Greece, by the way, with the world champion in the PQ. Oh, well, hi from Greece. How's it going, dude? How things over there in good old Greece? How's the Riptide scene in Greece, by the way? That's what's important. I feel like there's like spots of Riptide like cults everywhere in the world. There's a pretty big one in SoCal. Me and Talon kind of leading the way. We're kind of like slowly convincing all of our locals to play Riptide, or like tech for Riptide, even if they don't want to play Riptide. Famously, I am always psyopsing Christopher Ayali from the same Age Pro team to play Riptide, and he never has a good time. He always plays Kano whenever I convince him to play Riptide, so it's always a bad time for him, but always a great time to kind of mess around with him and you know, convince him to the point where he actually is playing Riptide. All right, we're gonna get into this last game here. Let's see how it goes. Malefic, good start, and I think it's just gonna be a pass from him. Yep. So we're gonna go ahead and do good old CNC here. So we're gonna get some reds out of our hand. We are gonna opt for a lower block. But in this case, he doesn't have Tunic, so the Pitfall Trap will be easier to proc because he won't have as much pitch lying around if he doesn't have Tunic. So we're gonna go ahead and oh, I forgot, I'm not even on the Talishar. I'm gonna go back to Talishar. There we go. We're still seeing your deck list. Yeah, thank you, Tattledown. I switched it over just right now. I totally forgot that I need to swap back scenes. Still gotta get better at that. We're gonna go ahead and send CNC here though. CNC, always a friend that you want to see when you're in the face of temptation, I guess I can say now. Malefic is a pretty good start. He already has a rune chant and already making a Malefic. Alright, so we're going to get the snuff out. We know he has that in hand. Unfortunately, we got the info that way, but we do know that he has 2 in hand. That was some blues, nice blues going on. Riptide, definitely a blues man. Yeah. I do like the generic music that we have going on sometimes. Let's try to put it out back on again, see if it works out. Let's see, can we get it to work again? There we go. Alright, so we're gambling right away. Let's see if the gamble plays off. It does not. Unfortunate. Playing the Gamble Viscerai. You never know what you get with Gamble Viscerai, you know? So against the Viscerai, it's pretty weird. So it's actually not great. Most of your attacks that you're attacking are not great for Viscerai. Wow, this is really bad. Sorry. Alright, so he's out of pitch. I do want to swing Remorseless. I kind of want to swing Murky Water as well. So we're going to go ahead and block with Pitfall Trap. And this way, if he wants to save that Succumb, he has to give up 2 damage, which he will. So it's actually going to be better here if I swing Remorseless. No, I'll save Murky Water, because Murky Water technically has the next best on hit. These two aren't as great against Viscerai because everything blocks. I thought when Jonathan, when you said you had some nice blues going on, I thought you were complimenting the blues I was using in the deck. I was like, yes. Using Plan for the Worst and Warmongers, those are my favorite blues. So I thought you were complimenting my blues, but Riptide is definitely a blues man too. Tuned in, you know that picture when he has like the glasses on, the sunglasses. Yeah, that's basically Riptide. Tuned in late, so maybe you already talked about this right now. Knowing about the current PQ meta, would you take this list from 2 weeks ago or this list right now? So it depends. If you think that your area is very keen on the dash deck list and everything, if you think that they're going to be going pretty hard on that, I would play this list. If you think that it's going to take a while for them to adapt and kind of get their deck put together, I would run the old list. But right now, this is a very good deck against dash, just because it's able to block 4 so well with Sink Below, Take Cover, and Tripwire Trap. The other deck doesn't have that, unfortunately. Alright, so we are going to block out here. And then if he swings his Reaping Blade here, we're going to go ahead and shoot Endless Arrow at him. Alright, looks like we're just passing. So I'm going to go ahead and Trench. I'm actually going to shoot Searing Shot because this technically has more damage on it. Sweet. So we're going to Arsenal this guy. Off to the races again. Riptide's pretty good. I don't have enough traps here, so it looks like we're going to be blocking with these 3 cards and then shooting our Endless Arrow. There's the Deadwood Dirge to get a lot of rune chants here, so that's 7 now. There's Rune Ranger Swarm. We're going to go ahead and block a bunch of rune chants here. He still has none floating, technically. Yeah, he has none floating after this, so go ahead and block here. I think he still has to succumb to temptation. So I don't want him to take my Tripwire Trap. But he might end up doing that right now. I don't have enough damage to block all of this, so I am just keen to take this here. And if he takes my Tripwire Trap, so be it. Would succumb to temptation. Yeah, there it is. So he's going to take my Tripwire, unfortunately. That was a great play. Basically, our lives are equalized now. I was able to negate a lot of Arcane, though, unfortunately. But that was a really good turn from him. But yeah, just to confirm your answer, Tattle Down, I would definitely run this list if you think a Dash IO is more prevalent. If not, if you think you are going to lag a little bit because the Dash IO deck only comes out on Friday, I would probably run the old Riptide. The one from my PQ video last week. Sweet. So we do have... Okay, so we're going to skip all the rune chants here because I want to swing Plan for the Worst at him. Do this, and then we're going to play Collapsing Trap. Just in case he has a Succumb again. So he's going to discard all that. No Riptide for you. I think that's the second Riptide into the grave. That's good news for me. Okay. 0. I don't know if we'll ever get more value here than this. Will we ever draw more than 2 cards? No, probably not. Let's see what we draw. Okay. So this is probably good into the Rune Chant Maker. So we'll go ahead and do this to stop him from making Rune Chants. Sometimes Erase Face doesn't even affect Viscerai, but the fact that he has no Rune Chants out right now, it'll stop a lot of Rune Chant generation, so it's going to be pretty good. The crew chats with Ice incoming and increase of pitch thoughts. So Riptide is notoriously bad against Ice, just because when you have Ice on defense, you're not able to play all your traps for free anymore. So I think with Ice coming back, he'll definitely struggle a lot into Jarl, just because innately Jarl's a Guardian. So it's already a tough matchup then. And then with Frostbites possibly on defensive turns, it's going to be that much harder to play traps, especially with Channel Lake Fidget out too. It's like, yeah. I don't see myself being able to play Riptide after, unfortunately. Jarl comes out, but if Jarl's not popular, you know, you could always play him. So, interesting turn. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Ranger Swarm for 3. I'm going to block with Battering Bolt because it matters the least. Reaping Blade to end it. Gonna need to save as much life as we can here. I'm gonna throw CNC here. Yeah, we'll say the crew traps, just all traps in general, suffer against ISO. But they're going to be pretty tough to play. Anthony gonna insta scoop every time Jarl destroys his trench. Yeah, if anyone ever destroys my trench early, like T-bone or anything, I'll just scoop on the spot. Like, I love trench so much. Trench is so vital to the game plan that it's just never worth it. Okay, so he makes Ruchan ends his turn. Cool. Go ahead and do this. Let me go grab a card. Is Erase Face or Command and Conquer better? Probably Command and Conquer. He's been keeping that arsenal for a while, so I think he's waiting for a bigger turn to use it. Yeah, he's definitely protecting it pretty well. So I think he really wants to use it on like a big combo turn. It's probably his last Riptide. So knowing that both CNC and Erase Face are pretty effective in negating what Riptide is trying to do. CNC being more lethal because you can destroy Riptide, whereas the other one you can't just destroy. We're going to go ahead and swing here. Weakest link. So this is one where he can just take it. If he has a big Riptide turn, he can go ahead and just take all this, yeah. So no Arcanite Shard. He has double Revel as well. So he is pretty keen on doing all this. Alright, let me just make sure. We probably want to keep the blue. Nice. So maybe it wasn't more. Oh, he whiffed. So I'm gonna go ahead and. Okay, so this is 2 rune chance. And then this is from Arsenal, so I can play Frailty to it. So I'm gonna go ahead and pitch a Spike Pit. What? Okay, I have no idea what's going on. There we go. Second Revel has hit the board. So this one's actually going to be better if I full block the rune, or try to block the rune chance. So we're going to block all these rune chants. We're going to skip the rest and then keep Tar Pit in our arsenal. And then we'll block this. What the hell? Okay, I thought I was tripping. Alright, so big turn from him. He's able to find it. I'll tarp it here. Rattly Bones. Alright, we do have a Searing Shot in our arsenal, so we can one card it. Hopefully it's not a lot of rune chance here. If it is, then it's going to be quite unfortunate. Going to make a rune chant first. And then this one will come in for 4. 1 rune chant on the back. We'll take 1. So we have 2 sources of 4 coming in. That's going to be pretty annoying because we won't be able to stop Arcane. We could hope for a Brick Hand next turn. Because we know the damage out. Because we can play this, stop the rune chance here. It is going to be pretty hard because we're not able to stop all the damage. So we're going to go ahead and play Tar Pit Trap first. We'll play the first Tar Pit Trap. Okay, I think we are going to try to block as much Arcane as we can. Block Arcane and then block the physical after. So we're gonna go to 2, unfortunately. Huh. I mean, we don't have to go to 2 actually. We can block with this. Yeah. We're fine. We'll just keep the block on our boots. Wow, we missed some damage here. A lot of reds is pretty annoying. This damage is unpreventable because we fucked up. Wow, this is some big turns here from old Lord Viscerai. So we do have to block 2. We can't shoot Remorseless, unfortunately, because we used our Codex to pitch. Let's see. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And save ourselves some pitch. Hopefully he does the classic thing of a Runeblade hand, you know? Oof. If he hits here, it's going to be doomed. No hits. We're alive still. Okay, so no hit is pretty good. He can still do some pretty nasty things. So he's going to swing 2 and 3. So we have to pitch, unfortunately. So we have to pitch our blue and then block with something. Pitch our blue and then block with a 3 block. We can then pitch our red and then block with that blue. Man, it's not really a great choice because no matter what, we are going to have to give up 2 cards. Maybe 1 card. Unfortunately, we can't just E-strike. I can't give up Trench to do this, but the fact that it's 2 rune chance is pretty tough. Because I have to give up Trench and another card from hand. What I can do is actually this. So we're Trench in response. So I think this might be the best play. So we're going to Trench. We're going to go ahead and use 1 of it and then stop the Arcane with the other 1. And then we'll block 3 with one of the other reds. And then we'll be able to Codex with 2 floating. We're going to want to keep Inline Strike probably. And then we'll keep this just as a target for Codex. Oh, wait. What the fudge? I don't want to... so that's Trench. 1. Block 3. There we go. It all worked out in the end. So we're going to go ahead and use this. It's probably a non-attack action that he has in his arsenal. So we're going to go ahead and get... probably CNC still the best over Erase Face. Yeah, we'll get CNC. Just because this is innately an arsenal destruction, it's hard to play around. Anthony's gonna scoop. Yep, I read that. I will say though, Jarl is probably gonna be Riptide's worst nightmare. Bad times, yeah, bad times. We're on the back foot for sure against this Viscerai. But we can always try to duke it out here. See if we can manage to get some dubs in the meanwhile. Off to a rough start. Didn't do too hot in terms of attacking. And he had some really big turns too, so really props on Andrew to kind of maneuver around those traps really well. Oof. Alright, so he's still blocking 2. Still deciding what he wants to block. Not sure if he wants to give up his arsenal or not. I do have a Ponder, so I am going to be able to draw a card. Hopefully it's a good trap. This is definitely a matchup where Sigil of Solace will come in clutch, just because Sigil is able to get around basically a pseudo blue, like I said. So yeah, not sure. So we destroy a Runic Reckoning. That's pretty good for us. Go ahead and arsenal. All right, can we survive the onslaught of Viscerai here? We do have the trap to get around it, the pitfall trap. So we can definitely get there if we get lucky here. Not sure how a 4-card hand will work. Let's see. So he plays the Malefic. Okay. And if it's just Reaping Blade, I think we can turn the corner. Rattle Bones. Pitching a blue? Oh, pitching a... Yeah, pitching a blue. And then he's going to play Swarming, which makes 2. So I will do 1. 1. And we'll get to Sink Blow. I will Sink Blow this one. Second blue is super clutch. Right, so we get some block out again. Wait, what? So the question is, can we pressure him enough to force him to... I think so. I think this is actually better than Arsenal Pitfall. Because Pitfall can definitely kill him, but this is more proactive, and it'll hopefully steal the tempo back for us. And then if he takes any sort of damage here too, every action he plays will cost 1. Alright, so we're blocking with 2, 3 blocks. Probably going to keep a blue to swing Reaping Blade. That's probably his goal here. Super close game. We will play Talishar Riptide in an ice meta, don't worry. Yes. Pitch a blue, swing Talishar through the Frostbite. So pretty clutch. Runic and Rune Flash, huh? Pretty good hand. He can block a Spellbound in a... No, he can't. I mean, if he does that, he goes to 1 and then dies playing an action card. So this Remorse is pretty good. Nice. See what we draw. We unfortunately don't draw any reds. So we gotta prevent 1. So we are on the back foot yet again. Unfortunately. We'll go ahead and block 6. I don't want to give up my only source of arcane because I'll just die. Okay. It is technically winnable. Let's see what he does here. So he does Rune Flash first. So we're going to pitch for 1. What else does he have in his hand? That's the question. So the Gamba is, I have 2 floating. I can stop the Rune Chance there. So I'm going to take cover. I'm going to take the risk and Arsenal Pitfall. That way, if he doesn't play around it. Oh my gosh. Do we survive? There's no way, right? He makes 9, yeah. If only we can stop the Rune Chance. Unfortunately, we can't. But we had the win if it could stop the Rune Chance. Well played, good sir. Alright. Good game. Alright, so we are currently 0-1. We almost had the win there. If we didn't have Revel there, we definitely could have swung out and played the Pitfall for lethal there. Fortunately, we could not, but alas, we try again. Go ahead and do this. We're going to go ahead and put a Remorseless in the field there. Remorseless is always good. So we're currently 2-1 into Aurora, 3-0 into, 2-1 into Dash.io, 3-0 into Aurora, and then 0-1 currently against good old Viscerai here. Okay. So I'm going to have to block some rune chants, unfortunately. He made 2. So I can go ahead and block with Murky Water. Yeah, Sigil is one of these matches where it could definitely help out a lot. No. I'm not planning on blocking any more Arcane anyway. Oh, wow, he's going really wide. Blocking 3. And then we'll have Codex here. He can swing the Reaping Blade if he wants. Or he can just elect to pass. He elects to do it. We'll go ahead and not block at all. And he doesn't have to discard it, which is cool, because... Oh, he does have to discard, sorry. I forgot about all the attack action cards he just played. So we will have to discard. I wish that Remorseless hit. Wait, no. Did it hit? I think it did. Yeah, that's why he's at 30. I was like, wait, he's taking so much damage, but that's because Remorseless hit. And he took so much damage off the Remorseless action cards. So pretty cool. Gonna get us a little closer here in health just because the Remorseless caught us up. And then we just have to hope he doesn't have a big turn here. He does have to discard off Codex here because he chose Swarming Gloomveil and his arsenal was open. So let's see what he chooses. He elects to discard Revel, so he's not looking... Doesn't look like he's non-attack heavy. Maybe he is. Let me get another Codex. Cool. Become the Arknight. Discarding a Snuff Out. So it looks like it's going to be a Read the Runes turn, maybe. So we're passing. I don't have much to play, so I'll go ahead and Codex, take the Codex out, sorry, and then I'll hit him with good old faithful CNC here. So that's the thing about Riptide sometimes, when people are able to IP lock you. If you don't have E-Strike, then it's pretty tough to kind of get around it. We will be arsenaling Sink Below. And he's going to probably pass again. Luckily, my hand is good, so I will be able to go again. And then I'll be able to erase face after. Yeah, when you draw E-Strike and they pass, then you're lucky and you can kind of extend your turns a little bit better. But when you don't have E-Strike, sometimes you're just forced to 4-card, like 6-'em, which is unlucky sometimes. Okay. Alright, so we're just going to continually keep doing go again until he dies. He's just playing slow, so I guess he wants to try to innately play the combo out or something. I'm just going to keep swinging pretty hard. Hopefully we get there. So we found his Mordred-Tide. It's going to be pretty weird because his blue is actually his pitch. His Tome of the Arknight is actually his pitch card. So if he plays Tome of the Arknight, he might be down resources pretty bad if he whiffs. Probably not going to play. He's probably going to use it as his pitch card here. So I'm not going to take any rune chance. Just to be able to attack back here. Tar Pit. So no on hits this turn. Or this next attack, whatever attack may be. There's the Swarming. So we're going to skip all the rune chants. We have a big enough life fleet to kind of ignore all this. Put this one at the bottom. And then he's going to play Amplify. So we're going to go ahead and do this, and do this. Cool. So here's CNC. He doesn't have any more. He doesn't have an arsenal to protect, so this is just a blank CNC. But it does get him lower and lower into the trap range. If he's not drawing good hands, he might have to block out and reset again. This time we're hitting him pretty hard with go again and an attack after. So we've been doing some pretty good damage. Cool. Reckoning, sure. Downward dirge, sure. And a turn. Okay. I kind of want a blue, so I'm just gonna E-strike for 7. We had the E-strike extender, but we didn't have another card to. What the? You sure you don't want to block? We didn't have another card to extend the chain, and I definitely want to keep the blue. It doesn't really matter if I shuffle my deck or not, because I think most of my good cards are still in there. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just arsenal bad tripwire and pass. He plays to come out at normal speed. Snuff out. Okay, so we have to block this snuff out. He has 2 floating, so he can spellbound revel here. We're gonna go ahead and block. This is singular, right? Yeah. So I still want to throw. Oh, we'll block some rune chance. Sure. No, not this one. Sure. And then there's the revel. Cool. So he's going to swing 7. So I'm content with just blocking out some arcane here. So this is 7 rune chance and 3 physical. I can technically just block, take 7 and swing weakest link. So I think I'll actually do that instead. And oh, sorry, you should swing again. I'm actually going to skip all the rune chance. 0, and then we'll block with armor here. Just to get the most value out of our shit. And we'll swing again, erase face. So this one's still just threatening damage, always good. Alright. Go ahead and pass back. Sonata, sure. What'd they get? Rune Flash? 0. So it's actually just 1 arcane, 3 physical. So I'm okay with not blocking the arcane and swinging C and C. So he's keeping a card to not die to Pitfall Trap. Pretty smart from him. He could get go again if he just played out the card, but he was scared of Pitfall Trap, so he kept the blue to play around it, and pretty smart because I have double Pitfall Trap. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep the Pitfall Trap here, and then be able to just keep enabling my game plan here. Rattle Bones, sure. He's gonna grab Swarming, which is good for me. And then we fall him to death. All right, we're 1-1. We have beat a Viscerai. Nice. I think Sigil is still pretty good if you want to really swing this matchup. But yeah, I think it's still winnable. I think you have to go first all 3 games. Unlucky. I'll go ahead and do this. So this is going to be the last match of the day, guys. Hopefully we can end on a positive record here, and we'd actually be in a positive, sorry. It's getting pretty late. Positive into all 3 heroes. So this is the do all. Yeah, this is no sigil too. I expected a lot more rough time with against Aurora and Viscerai without sigils, but it's going pretty well. Both games have been kind of close against Viscerai. It's going to be our last game of the day. Let's hopefully we can make it a good one. Excuse me. All right. see. Okay. All right, last game of the day. Let's see how it goes. Sure. All right, so he's just making some enchants. Getting to go first is so good. We'll go ahead and do this. Still no pitch card from him. Nice. Thanks, man. So let's see. He's gonna crack a gold. Sure. I'm not gonna block any rune chance to start. I'm sure he can make a lot more if he wanted to. And turn on tar pit. And turn on trip bar as well. Sweet, and then we get to play Erase Face or CNC here. Probably to block better, we're gonna throw away CNC. Hopefully he doesn't have Revel here. Cool. He does have the Revel. And it's gonna be a bunch of arcane. Skip all the rune chance. So we're gonna block 3. Go ahead and swing Erase Face. All right. Plays this to come out naturally. He's gonna Deadwood Dirge. And pass. Cool. I'm gonna do this. So I'm trying to get the take covers out of the deck, or sorry, out of the way, so I can find pitfall traps. I mean, sorry, in collapsing trap faster, just because that'll enable my game plan a lot more. Okay, read the runes, sure. Yeah. Go ahead and do this. Oh shit. Just put Codex here. I'm gonna go ahead and get CNC. We'll discard plan for this. We'll pitch up. We'll pitch that. It's blocking a lot. Whoops. I wanna do. What's the best way to block this? Because Warmongers would do pretty good. I want to arsenal this, so probably trench. 1. My hands have not been too good, unfortunately. They have been pretty awkward, but we're trying to manage our best. Nice. Sideboard Dirge is so nasty in Viscerai. Here's the second one. So we can block a bunch of arcane. pretty underrate though. Our graveyard's not good enough for Codex either. Right? What I can do is block 7 here. And block 1 more. Block this. Yeah, tripwire, and then... Huh, this is such a weird hand. He's making so many rune chants. We just have to do this. Falling pretty hard behind, unfortunately. We'll do this. So we're just gonna not give him the frailty. But we will be shooting remorseless, which should help us catch up a little bit. So he's taking the remorseless. He's happy with the effects. Let's see what we draw. Ooh, that's bad from us. Tunic. Tome. He hits this time. Pretty good. I think we might be dead. With Tome hitting, he can also play... he can pitch to play it, so it's going to be pretty bad from us. No, I don't care. Go ahead, do your thing. We're pretty much dead, but you never know. You never know. I'm just undoing so that hopefully it changes, but we know it will not, unfortunately. The fate is sealed. So we just get 2 action points here. Here's the first one. So I'm just going to skip all the rune chants. Just because that part's going to not be able to be blocked. Arsenal this. Okay, okay. We're getting there, we're getting there. What the fuck? So many instances. What the wait, what? Am I trolling? Wait, what? It's okay. I don't think I can live. I tried to tar pit, but I don't think I live anyway, so it's okay. We game. Alright. So we did it. We played 3 games of aggro into every single hero. Let me go back to this scene. Alright. So we played we went through the freaking gulag right there, dude. We ended up today talking about the deck list. We played 3 games each into each of the new aggro heroes. We went 2-1 into Dash.io. The game felt pretty good overall. We went 3-0 into Aurora. I think just innately a good matchup. Being able to block out all the go again and the tar pits messing with them. All the on hits mattering a lot more than other heroes. And then lastly, we went into Viscerai. We were able to get 1 game off Viscerai, but unfortunately we lost the other 2. Just so much arcane damage coming in. So yeah, just overall, can Riptide survive our new aggro overlords? I believe so. I think with some fine-tuning and some more cards like Sigil of Solace maybe into Viscerai, you can kind of help that matchup a little bit more. Yeah, just kind of tuning the deck a little bit. There's so many cards nowadays that you can play that can kind of enable your game plan into whatever hero. So it's just all personal preference. I kind of like where my deck is right now. If I were to take it to a PQ this weekend, I would probably somehow try to find space for some Sigils. Not sure if the Murkmire Grapnels are still in there because of Enigma being gone. If Aggro is at the top of the meta, so there's going to be some give and some take with this deck list. But yeah, pretty happy with it overall. I think we can finally say that Riptide yet again can survive this meta. So yeah, I think Riptide's still kicking. He won't be going away anytime soon until Ice comes out. But thank you so much, everybody, for watching today. We had a very long stream today. I think we went to 4 hours this time. We played a lot more games this time. And then hopefully next week on another episode of Anti-Meta Anthony, we can go ahead and play a different hero. We're not going to try another Riptide. I think we've done a lot of Riptide. We've done 2 episodes so far. So we might revisit back later when we have some more kind of changes with the deck list, but maybe next week we might hit up some different formats, maybe Living Legend or Blitz, or if I find another cool deck to show off to you guys for another episode of Anti-Meta Anthony, we'll do that. But thank you so much for watching. I appreciate all of you, and have a great night. We'll see you next week. Have a great day, guys.